and everything else about what we've done over time.
All right, guys. Well, normally, if you watch the other one, so we are live and we can't say anything bad about anybody now, and we wait a couple seconds. Well, usually there's a delay, like maximum of 10 or 15, and I just wait till people can hear me, and when they say, loud and clear, we have you do a sound off, and then when they can hear you, we progress. So I have
Not
you
a problem, man.
just waiting for everybody. Ah, loud and clear already.
Alrighty. Can they hear me? This is Veren.
They say you're a little fuzzy, but yeah, I don't know. It's because the mic, or I have like two studio microphones that I switch in between, so people are always going to complain about someone not having like $100 microphone.
Yeah, I definitely don't have $100 microphone. I don't.
Yeah.
Definitely we don't have that. That's for sure.
Oh no, I think he means. Oh no, never mind. Everybody says everybody's fine. Mike sounds fine. Mike sounds fine. We can hear you both. Okay, cool. So, uh, I guess I will introduce you now. And then this is Veren of VS Racing, and a lot of you guys
Yeah.
already know who he is. And I know you own VS Racing and Turbo4less.com. Do you do any other business stuff?
Oh, that's pretty much it. I started at VS Racing in 2001 as just a hobby kind of deal, just to do the import aspect, right? I was racing imports. I had a Civic back in '99 was when I started all this stuff. And I needed something for the tax man to write off because racing at that age and spending that much amount of money, I mean, it was excessive, right? And then if you want an event, you're getting that extra money. And I mean, at my age at that time, I needed to bring the tax bracket back down, right? It was too much there. So, I mean, in that situation, that's what I created VS Racing. And then we started out selling, just basic products, reselling the normal goods that everybody else at that time in the import industry carried, Greddy, HKS, all the old names. That's pretty much very gone away recently, right? I mean, there's very little of the import stuff left on the market. There's a few things, but that's what I originally did, and that's where VS Racing really came from back then.
So I would say I've known you for like 15, 16 years now. I can't remember exactly, like '06 and up.
I think it was like '05, '06, somewhere around that time frame for 100%. Because I was back in the Turbo Forum days
Yep.
when when we started over there. Turbo Mustangs, it was originally called, and then it became the Turbo Forums. And back then, I mean, that's what people did. It was good log on in the internet, go to the forums, get the information. Now it's all Facebook groups, this groups, your channel, right? I mean, people now have so many different choices to get that same information. There's so many YouTubers, Instagram people, and trying to make a name for themselves. So it's a good thing. And there's a lot of good stuff, and there's also a lot of bad stuff out
Yes,
there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And then this guy keeps spamming it, so we'll just ask instead of being mean to him. I'm try to be a nice guy. People asked it all over, and they said, "How did you two first meet?" So I talk too much, so I'm gonna try to. This radio show is a lesson in me learning how to listen.
Us two meeting, or you're going to explain it?
It's all you. You can tell everybody. You can make up whatever you want. I don't care.
Gotcha. I mean, physically meeting Matt, I only met him about, 3 years ago in Florida at GTR World Cup. We invited him over there, me and Arnie, and he came down, flew down there. We set him up over at the hotel, the host hotel, and everything else. And that's truly the first time I actually met him physically. But knowing him over the internet, I mean, that's like I was telling you, since 2004, 2005, we've been chatting, going back and forth. We used to, I mean, he used to order products from the old VS Racing website, and that was the ancient one. It was pretty much back then. I only carried one line of turbo back then. It was the Master Power Turbo from Brazil, and that was the original turbo. I mean, that was imported out of Brazil there and bringing it into the U.S. of course through a company out in Florida. And that's what really started it for the turbo side of the business. Before that, I mean, it was just reselling the normal stuff: Precision, Garrett, Turbonetics, all the, the main suppliers that were in the industry was available to us, and that's what we sold back
Yeah, so they might have missed it initially where I was learning how to do this all on my own, and I was on the Turbo forums, and then you were on there too. And then after going back and forth, and like, I don't want to buy a $1,500 Garrett. What do I do? The Master Power came to fruition, and then not long after that, the GT45 happened, which
then.
I hate it anymore because there's so much better options. But I get it that people still want to use it because it is the
It's 100.
cheapest.
It's $149.
It's like that don't care made boost thing. But I'm like, once you try anything else, it's like any one of those products where you get it and it does it like, but it doesn't do anything well. But then you get one that's $5 more, and you're like, this is incredible. Why didn't anyone tell me? You're like, we all did tell you, but yeah.
Yeah, because the original demo package, right? The original demo package that we call it, right? From your Denma name
Hmm.
is the GT45, right? That was the original package, $868. It's always been the same thing, but finally last year we discontinued it and went with the CAS 7875, which is far more popular. It makes the 700, 750, right? You're not running into drive pressure, running out of the compressor, et cetera, with that oddball. And plus, it's not oddball. So if you ever wanted to upgrade, you have plenty of choices, right? I mean, the GT45 is so oddball with that funky discharge on the turbine side, the extra heavy machined compressor cover, where it is 3 1/4. It doesn't even look like it, but the inside diameter is so small. It's weird.
Yeah, we're gonna not talk about the GT45 ever again on this show. Well, someone donated $5, so I'm gonna ask his question immediately. It says, please have him explain the difference between the next gen 7875 and the next gen 2.5 7875.
I get this question quite often, so this is a good one actually. Every day probably I get the same question because one is 555 in price point and the other 749 in price point. The Gen 2.5 was at one time a better turbo than the next gen. Last year, around May timeframe, I think a little bit after May timeframe, we came out with the new 9-blade turbine. The 9-blade turbine is a little bit more efficient than the old 10-blade, the GT42 10-blade. So when we went to the 9-blade, it made more power. So now the next gen is a better product overall by price point and making the power. It's about 40 to 50 horsepower difference in our testing, right? So in that situation, a next gen is a 9-blade as well as a Gen 3 is a 9-blade. A Gen 2.5 is still our 10-blade turbine. Compressor wheel has been updated, of course. There is no more 11 blades in our Gen 1 series. Everything now is a Gen 2.5 technically as a base model. Cast is the same thing. Billet's going to be the same situation as well. And that's the main difference. Also, the compressor covers have changed, right? I mean, from a Gen 1 to a Gen 2.5 or a next gen, the compressor cover now is physically larger, has a 3-inch outlet on it versus, the old 2.5 that was on the old 11 blade billet wheel or the cast 6 blade.
All right. Yeah, that's plenty of explanation. There's quite a bit of differences. All right. Well, here was a good one. Joe Simpson asked it. He was one of my guests, and
Yep.
people are going to want to know this right away. Also, what's the highest powered VS turbo car on a dyno, and what is the fastest ET VS powered turbo car that you know of?
There's a couple of no time cars that are running. I mean, Tim McCallum is one of my dealers out there, so he has a couple that he sells to that are pretty fast. I think a couple that are running in the 4s and the 8, 450s range, And then, of course, last week, if you were watching Texas 2K, you got Chris Moore running in the quarter mile in a stick shift car, doing over 196. So plenty of power in the VS setups out there, right? So there's quite a bit out there. There's some guys, there's two. There's two customers down there at Texas 2K last week. What's the name? Ismael Oliveras from Texas Speed over there. He also has a Silverado. He was running our 80 down there and went to the semifinals. So, I mean, there's guys doing a lot of good stuff with the VS product, right? So there's nothing wrong with the product. I know we get competition from everywhere. We don't talk bad about anybody else or anything like that. We just let the product do its talking and people run it, right? I mean, that's what we try to strive for. Give the customer, a good product at a fair price. I mean, that's what the whole point of VS Racing was when we created the turbo line, right? I mean, when Matt asked us, hey, why don't you create your own line? That's the whole purpose, right? And we said, hey, we'll start with something small. We tried these, the 88, 83s, the old PT88 stuff when we came out. Then we did the GT 4580. That stuff was a little bit finicky. It wasn't the greatest, right? But when we came out with the 80 millimeter S400 chassis stuff, the 85s, the 88s, all that good stuff, that changed it. And the same thing with the 78, 75. Over generations, right? The cast Gen 1s, now to the next gens or even the Gen 2 5s is considerably better. And that's all we're trying to strive for. I mean, there's tons of customers out there. It's just, I mean, in our industry, I mean, you see it everywhere. It's just a matter of going out there and doing it.
Yeah, those are my bros, the 78 75 billet Gen 1 and the 80 88 T6, your first S400 chassis. Those are like my best friends.
I mean, they work. I mean, they work so well. I mean, it's been around forever, but I mean, eventually things have to go for the better, right? So we added the race covers, we added all these other options. I mean, the new billet wheel ones do flow more, right? So the Gen 2.5 billet wheel is a little bit different, of course. It's a different design, point milled wheel, and it definitely works better than the old 11 blade did. But it was fun. The 11 blade worked really well.
This guy he donated too, so we're gonna ask his question immediately. That's how people jump in line. If they pay money, I throw him in. His username is Meatbutt, and this is a valid question. It says, now that the GT45 kit is gone, will there be a replacement, and can we name it the Trash Panda kit? Well, I would say the cast 7875 is the replacement cheap turbo.
Oh, that is 100% correct. That's what replaced it, right? I mean, if you go to the website right now, for the same price point, you get a better product. It's going to make, Matt proved it the other day, I think in a couple dynos before that he posted, a little under 750, if I'm not mistaken, on the cast 7875.
That's my best is a truck made 722. It made 680 in a good range, and then when we pushed the hell out of it, like massive back pressure zone, we did get to 722, but
Gotcha.
they're right around 700 wheel, and then the billet will do like 820 wheel, and then the Gen 2 billet, we've gone like 950, and then ran out of injector. Actually, Brett's car we're going to put on again soon. He had a TH350, and then he egged that, and then he built a TH400. So within like the next week or two, we're going to pin a Gen 2 billet on his setup and see what it'll do.
I think the biggest thing, I mean, the difference right now, of course, is we have the 9.6s and then we have the 125s, right? The back housings. So with the 125s, I mean, they work a lot better on the 6 liters type setups, right? Rather than putting it on the small ones, right? So, I mean, the small ones, guys can run it as well, but, streetability, et cetera, right? So, I mean, the whole purpose of all these new series is to help that back pressure, right? On a V8, we see it on everything, right? The larger you go, the more drive pressure you're going to see, bigger problems.
And then Joe Simpson also replied, the turbos work better and are more reliable than I ever would have expected when we started using them, enough to the point where I bought a pair for myself that I'll never have time to use.
Yeah, he bought some 67s, just like you have for the Mustang.
Oh, boy.
He's going to put it together in a twin setup. So I don't know who's going to get done first, but we'll see.
I'm already a year late, guys. I got them over here. They look really nice on my shelf. And then this guy...
There's so much new ones. I mean, we have so much new products coming. I mean, it's hard to keep up myself because we're developing new stuff and trying to get rid of the old stuff, right? I mean, there's so many, but it's going to be challenging for this year as well because there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming out. You just got to keep up and see what's going to happen.
I joked with you prior that we should do a monthly show just
Oh,
explaining
100%, because there's going to be too much changes, right? I mean, you're what is it? The Don't BS Me build, right? From 2017.
Yeah.
That's still a decent setup, but now the 7875 has changed, right? There's too many choices now.
Yeah.
So that, and there's a lot of stuff, and then you got the snake eater injectors you could update it with, right? You had the other Siemens Decas in there, if I'm not mistaken, on the old setup. There's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff you can change to make it, making 1,000 now these days, or even 900 type of setups, and we can call it whatever. I mean, there's too many different packages now that we can put together.
And then this guy wrote, I wanted to answer him quick. He goes, which one was the Bog Wiener? And that was the 8088.
80. Yeah, you wrote it on there in Sharpie.
And I had like one of your, if not the first, one of the first prototypes, because it never even said VS Racing on it.
Nope, one of the first. All the covers never did, right? So the standard cover is the one with the bullet hole design. That's still, I mean, we still sell it every time, but everything new now is going to have the VS Racing logo, other than the new T51Rs right now, because we had to mill it differently for the housing. The 7875s, like our cast now and our billet, has a T51R mod, because guys said, hey, they want more noise now. So I said, okay, whatever, we'll put this new cover on there. We'll give you more noise, and you can be like the import crowd again. I mean, I changed, and still import to heart. I mean, I still have a GTR, right? But I mean, domestic side is fun as well.
Of course. Yeah. Well, we'll move on here, and what is this? Ryan Jan says the 7875 seems to be the most popular VS Racing Series Turbo. How do the three current offerings compare? Gen 2.5, next Gen 3. Any ideal situation for how much power they will make at different price points? Like, what's economical? Like, are what denotes stepping up or down? And then, do any of them spool quicker than others, or should the Don't BS Me recipe include one of the other? That's what I have to redo that video, but it, like we just talked about, it's still
it'll
relevant.
have to change, right? So I mean, when we redo the video or whenever we get time. Is the biggest thing with our kids and everything else, and family, and trying to build cars and everything else. We don't have time, but Don't BS Me 2021 is still going to be a Gen 2.5. There's no point. I mean, if a guy's coming in with a junkyard build, taking a motor out of the junkyard, putting a Elgin cam in there, whatever cam, it doesn't matter. There's too many manufacturers out there making cams, and you slap whatever in there, like Richard tells you, and it's going to make power, right? So if you start with the 7875 Gen 2.5 billet unit, or even a cast unit, let's say we stay with the cast unit. I don't think Matt's tested the one with the new cover yet. So the larger cover on the compressor side, you still have the old 2.5, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the new 3-inch, and then even if you went with the 125 housing will extend the efficiency, push the power band to the right, of course, as it climbs, right? It's going to be less drive pressure. And what's going to happen if you do something like that, just like if we take a cast, Don't BS Me, and put it in a package with the 125 housing, that'll do 800. I mean, you'll be happy. I mean, you'll do a cast wheel 800, and you're still going to be priced roughly right around $900 kit. So, I mean, that's the starting point. But if you like what Ryan's asking, I mean, if you're looking at the 3 billet units, the Gen 2.5 is going to be right around, I'd say around 850 or so tire capable, and a 125 housing. Then if you look at the next gen with the 125, which all the housings are the same. If we're going to stick to a 125, you're going to be roughly right around 900 to 925 roughly. And then the Gen 3, we're pushing that up to around 975 with the larger cover, right? So the Gen 3 is technically our best 7875 that we would have, because it has the 85 AR race cover on it. 5-inch filter now on it, V-banded discharge. So it's a little bit more efficient going to that. It flows more air capability-wise. That's like, on the S400 chassis, we put a race cover on there, you're picking up 10%. So it's the same situation.
It's wild how much power the 7875 keeps getting up to, essentially the same.
I mean, yeah, turbo. But the same thing, right? The Gen 3s and the Gen next gens, they still have that 9-blade turbine now. The 9-blade is a little bit better. So most of everything is switching over to that. So we're trying to make things better and make a better product.
And then this is a good one too, because I feel like everybody's did bad. He goes, "Why is the 110 millimeter turbine and all the S400 such a flop?"
That was definitely a flop. I have to agree on that aspect of it, right? So the 92 110, when we first released it, we thought it would be a big success. But when we actually, got it out there and doing a lot of different testing, we're seeing drive pressure go up. And we had to come back with some redesigned solutions. And we even tried the 158 housing. The 158 really just moved it a little bit to the right, spooled a little bit slower, helped a little bit, but it wasn't still the best overall type of setup, right? So problem was the 110 wheel was too big to go inside that housing that we tried to machine and get the exhaust out fast enough and keep it efficient. We came out with a new one. I sent a couple up to Tim over there, one of our dealers. He put it on his dyno, making, I think, a little over 1350 or something on his setup. It's a 94 108. It'll be T6 undivided with a 158 housing. It's going to be a new product. It's not. We're still waiting on the castings right now for the turbine housings, but they're complete redesigned on the turbine aspect, and that's going to be the replacement product.
Yeah, I think he means, because I saw the same thing. Like, everybody's 110 didn't make any more than a 96. It seems like. So
the problem was drive pressure with it. We couldn't get it out fast enough with that wheel.
Everyone went right to like a 113 then, and the 110 was like quiet.
Yep. I mean, if you go to a GT55 frame, right, the GT55s are all 113, but
yeah,
it's crazy how it is. I mean, still trying to make a S400 and still make that power. It's where it's going to be at, though. I mean, it just fits better in most setups, right? Because GT55, you're looking at almost 75 pounds of turbo weight you're trying to hang somewhere. And if you don't, I mean, versus a S400 chassis weight, roughly right around that 50-pound mark.
All right. And then which of your lineup of all time, I'm assuming this is asking, is your favorite turbo you've ever had?
Oh man, that's a hard question because I mean, these the reverse rotation is kind of cool, right? Everybody wanted them, and having them there is nice, but still has to be the 78, 75. I mean, I think we sold over 5,000 78, 75s across the world, and it's everywhere. It's not just in the U.S., right? I mean, we sell quite a bit to Australia now. With a lot of guys down there that are starting to do different stuff with the bars and everything. And it's crazy. I mean, they just put it on there because then they run a smaller housing, and it works perfect for their setups, for street type of setups. And then they go to larger stuff. They even have the 80s by 75s that we sell them, and they even do that, and it's crazy.
He asked the same thing about the loudest turbo, which is the T51, which you're selling modded now.
And they are modded right now. If you order a 78, because if you look at the picture on the website now, it's been updated to the cast. It shows the modded cover on there. So it is modded on the cast unit and as well as the billet G25s.
And then he's also saying, Chris Ortiz asked this too. I'll have to get rid of this every time we see it then. It says about your GTR, and I'm gonna say, like, it is added chassis. You just have to finish wiring, and you said maybe in a week or two you'll make a pass.
That's what we're hoping, right? I mean, we were supposed to have it ready for Texas 2K, right? So we missed that. Didn't get a chance to debut it there. So now it's about a couple weeks out is when we're going to be hopefully getting it ready and getting it out there. We're going to go to test it at Extreme, hopefully. Which is a local track here, Extreme Raceway Park, 8th Mile track, just to get, shakedown passes, get it, feel for it. And then hopefully we'll debut it again at a real event at the Hail Mary Derby in Maryland over there, Jason Miller's event.
And then, what is this other one here? Should I have come to GTR World Cup to hang out with you and Matt?
That's a pretty interesting event. I mean, there's quite a bit of characters over there. Most humble people. I mean, even if you guys, go out there and guys, GTRs are not cheap by any means, right? So there's a lot of people that, flaunt their money and do other things, and there's quite a bit of humble people. And I mean, Matt's goes out there. I mean, he comes with us. Me, Arnie's out there, or he had Arnie last week. Very humble person, very modest. He's really great. Then we have Jordan, Jordan Martin with his Lambo, crazy lifting wheels up all day, and then he just I think he sold his GTR. So I mean, there's a lot of cool people that comes out there. So if you are ever going to be out there, it's in Bradenton. It's never going to change now. It's always going to be in Bradenton. Ever since Eric got Victor involved over there at the track, and it's a good event, very good event.
Yeah, that's what I said that when we talked about with Arnie, when I talked about Jordan, my initial thing was I'm like, people here are going to be snobby, and I was snobby to people, and he was just awesome, and so I'm like, yeah, a lot of those people changed my mind on no matter what I thought of them didn't exist, so it was refreshing, right?
Yeah, even with my GTR, man, I just can't wait to drive it again. That's just the main thing. It's just waiting 3 years now. I blew it up in Texas 2K. Shattered the ring and pinion, and I had to rebuild that trans and get her again to the event. Same thing happened again when I put the big tires on. Trashing all that stuff. That's a lot of money in the GTR trans. It's not cheap. I mean, we spend almost 40 grand in the trans, and now if you look at now what I got a Turbo 400 at the M&M in there. It's a quarter of the price,
Yes.
and I can go rounds and I can bump in. I don't have to worry about the delay in the GTR anymore. There's so much advantages. I can race the car anywhere. The only thing is my class. It just depends on the classes, right? So I mean, if they don't allow twins on a 6-cylinder or whatever, I mean that's an issue. But it's what it is.
Yeah, people might not know still that people usually find out, but people who don't know, you have a GTR that makes like 2,400 horsepower.
Yep, a little over that now, but yeah, that's
And I
correct.
remember seeing years ago you posted a video or you sent it to me of you doing like a half mile event,
Correct. Yeah, I
and
did a
it
half
just
mile at 240 and a
it
half mile on the GTR. Yeah, it
annihilating
was.
the speedometer like I've never seen before.
It just gets pegged. Yeah, it just goes all the way to the right, man. It just then full down. That's crazy, but it's too sketchy. I'm done with half mile stuff. It's not for me. I can't go that crazy. I mean, I have kids, my kids want to kill me.
And then here's another. He has two more. These are good, so I'm just going over all of
All right.
his. It says, "Do people ever recognize you like on the street?"
At events, yes. I don't know about recognizing me in the street. I mean, if I drive my GTR down the street down here, I guess I'll get pulled over because it's not really street legal or anything. But I used to drive it to the school, which is pretty cool. Taking my kids to school in it. That was always fun. Especially had a roll bar in the back, so they think it's like a monkey bars hanging, in the back seat, and get ready to go for launch. They were. It was fun. That's the only time really people would recognize me around this area, other than events and everything else. But I mean, I used to race imports, right? So a lot of the older import guys still already know my name, been around in the industry for quite some time, So people do know me, and it's just what it is right now. I mean, there's some people that might not know me, and there's some people that know me like instantly.
All right, and then I think we already answered this, but Zeth Hale here, he goes, "What do you think was a turning point for a specific turbo frame or model for affordable turbos for V8s? I remember Matt back in the day talking about more affordable turbos usually being limited to lower power because of hot housings would choke a V8. And just curious on your opinion. I mean, you go ahead. It's most likely exactly the same as mine."
Yeah, I mean, when Matt started it, all this stuff, right? We used to buy the Master Power. There's only two options, right? We had the OP trim, which is 64 and a half wheel, and you had the Q trim, which was a 68 millimeter wheel. And then finally, I mean, in later days, we had the S trim wheel, which was a 75 wheel, right? So that's all the choices we had. So we had to make do with what we had at the time. But on a V8, I mean, that's all we had to choose from. So we chose that. We started somewhere, made 500, then we ran out. So then we started going with the Q trims. Then the Q trims came out. We did testing on that. Now we're hitting 600, 650. Then yeah, ran out again. Then doing the S trim wheel, and the S trim wheel was the old wheel. It worked, making 700, 750. So we started right. We made progressions over time, and that's the same thing. Now we have the big 9688 wheels. We have 8375s in the S400. We have 8782s. GT50 turbine wheels. We have the 103. I mean, there's so many options now on turbine wheel choices that you can put in there. It's crazy. And now we're trying to make a V8 use all that power now.
Yeah, it's like when people want to get engine management for LSs, there's too many good options. It's confusing because there's too many good ones. And I would say he's asking for like maybe a specific turning point because we did have fairly small stuff for V8s back in the day. I would say the 7875 started the turning point, and then the 8088 really opened it up because that's finally an appropriately sized, cheaper turbo for a V8 to have a large power swing. But the 7875 is what finally allowed good spool, good price, and good top end, in my opinion.
But I think on Fairmont One, didn't you use the old PT88 from us, the old 8883?
No, that I had GT45s on those always, and then I did eventually. I can't remember what I put on the gold one with Fairmont 2. Eventually, I put something. I think it was the 8088.
Yeah, I think we sent the old 88, the 8883. I mean, then you saw a little increase, and then went to I think 800 or so, 850.
Yeah, I think I had to spray it to get to like 711. And then the other Fairmont I built, the F5, I had a PT88 clone, and I made 740 with pump and meth. But I think that was the limit of that turbo. But that turbo, in my opinion, like it's kind of a dinosaur. It's old. Like it had inefficiencies.
Yeah, the technology was old, right? I mean, the turbine wheel didn't change. It was the older turbine wheel. And then it didn't have much on the compressor side design either. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, and then so now we'll go on to the next. Oh, John Martin sent me $2, and he says, "Can you help Matt find a GTR roller to swap?" And we talked about that 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, if Arnie and Prime Carts and Jordan over there can find one for us,
I've asked them a bunch of times, and they just. It hasn't come up. There's no.
Yeah, it hasn't come up, right? At least they're starting with Arnie's right now. I mean, they're going to fix the E63, hopefully, and get that running again. And then, I mean, they had the Lambo that crashed and took all that parts out. I mean, there's so many stuff that he has over there. But eventually, I mean, if we can find one, that'll be pretty awesome. Put an LS swap in it and come over there with the Turbo 400.
Yeah, my first time there, I said, I'm going to make everybody mad. And I talked to Eric, and Eric was like, eh. He's like, I'll let you run in an exhibition class. I said, that's fine. I don't care. And then the biggest thing was we found him. Brian was looking up on his auction sites, and he's like, here's one that's almost useless, but it's like $15,000 for a smacked up chassis. And I'm like, it's tough. The GTR owners blow them up and immediately fix them. They don't sell a roller. They don't sell a roller. A good roller that's blown up. No one does. So that was it was going to cost a lot of money just to get the roller. So we kind of shrugged it off. All right.
That's the only drawback. GTR is a little bit on the expensive side. It hasn't. I mean, the people that have them, when they sell them, they get pretty decent. I mean, they recoup some of their money, but I mean, look at Jordan. I mean, he spent over $500,000 easily trying to get that 6-second pass in a GTR, and I think they sold it for $260,000. So I mean, that's a big swing, right? So in money wise.
Yeah. What do we got here? Here's well, I think we talked a little bit on this, but it's a good question for people. Perhaps we could talk about turbine size and AR ratios and how it caps top RPM and how it changes with different engine capacities. Which I think you talked about it earlier with, you might have answered it already, but each one of those.
I mean, like what we do on a V8, right? Like on a 6-liter cubic inch, as we go up, right, from let's say 6-liter to a 370 bored out 6-liter, then we have stroke 408. Let's say if we put a 7875 on a 6-liter, stock 6-liter, nothing changed, and we run a 125, right? So if we put a 125 AR housing in a 75 millimeter wheel, we eventually run out of steam, probably around 6,800 RPM is where we're seeing drive pressure start to climb, right? So In that situation, the 75 millimeter, we know the wheel is too small. We know I normally wouldn't sell you a 75 millimeter unless you're doing a street truck or something that you're trying to just put around town and make low boost. It's perfectly fine. You really need that bigger wheel and a bigger AR, right? So to make it flow enough air on the exhaust side, right, to not run into your back drive pressure, right? So if you monitored your EMAP and you came up with the equation, right? You try to keep it 2-to-1 and under is the best solution. That's everything. I mean, in all the research out there, 2-to-1 and under, you're fairly sufficient and you're still going to make decent power, right? So that's what you're trying to accomplish. And you want your equation somewhere right there. Now, going tighter on the housing does help, right? Spool characteristics are going to change. Let's say if we do in a T6 frame, right? We do a S400 and we run a 9688 turbine wheel, 132. And let's say a customer came in and asked me, hey, I want to go with the 115 because I heard my friend say it's going to spool faster. Yes, it's going to spool faster, but it also is going to increase your drive pressure as well as you take it up. But the spool characteristics of a 115 T6 versus a 132 T6 is about 400 RPM. So if you want that 400 RPM sooner, then go with the 115. But don't expect it to make the top end power because your drive pressure starts to become a restriction.
Yeah, it's the whole. Yeah, I echo. Like when I first start talking to you, it echoes until it cancels me out. And people were talking about it, I can hear it too. So I have to be like ba 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 ba, and then it'll work right. But it's the same thing. Goals. You guys have to figure out your goals, and then you can size all of that appropriately. And like you said, if it's smaller, it's going to light sooner. If you need all top end, you need to get the biggest one. You just have to balance all of that. And a lot of
And it's a
times,
tricky equation, right? You can't tell me, hey, I'm going to want to run on the street all the time and then expect it to make big power on the top. If you're going to street drive it, you want the response to be there on the street. I mean, if you're taking it to ice cream and doing burnouts, heck, you want it immediately. I don't want to wait all day to light up, and then it's just too much.
yeah.
Right. So, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to select the best one based on your goal that you just said, right? That's the best thing. If people just give you the accurate goal that they want, we can try to meet that goal and make it happen. That's the best thing.
Yeah. This one's funny. Like, I'll just say this one. We can laugh about it. He goes, "Why won't Veren sell me a T4 for a 6.0? He says T6 and never look back."
I mean, I'll sell you what you want, right? I mean, that's on the customer, but to do it right, why would you want to put a T4 on a 6 liter? It just becomes a restriction. I mean,
Yep.
Unless you bought a T4 hot side and you're stuck with it, then run it. But there's so many better options. Why narrow yourself down? It's just not right. I mean, there's too many better things out there, and it's not for me. I mean, I don't care if you buy it from us or you're buying it from somebody else, right? I mean, go with the right product. It's going to help you. It's going to help everyone. I mean, your tuner's going to be happy. It's less drive pressure. It's going to make power easier. It's more efficient. I mean, there's a lot of different benefits that you got to look at.
And then what I learned too when I started getting that T6 stuff is I was like, man, it's going to be so much laggier because it's this 88. And I'm like, it actually works better in a lot of instances, having like more torque on the turbo shaft and a lot of other things. I'm like, I feel like this 80 millimeter, this 8088 T6 actually lights off better than a lot of smaller ones, because you would think small turbo, better light. No, it's choking it so bad in that it can't even spin the turbo up as well as you would think. So that's something I learned.
Yeah, and then I mean, in the hot side design, right? Guys are going too small. I mean, there's some guys going too big. I mean, you got to start your, understanding what each part of that's going to affect, right? I mean, going with a too small of a hot side, going with a too big of a hot side. I mean, I get customers trying to run rear mount setups, running 3.5-inch pipe back there. Is 3.5-inch pipe running all the way back to your back of your setup the ideal situation? Probably not. It'll take forever to light up in a rear mount setup, right? I mean, 2.5, 2.25, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Well, there's a guy, he paid money, and he goes,
Okay.
Veren, can you get better shipping to Canada? UPS rips us off up here.
Oh, man. With USPS, right, we ran into a lot of issues with USPS shipping to Canada. I mean, lost packages, different things. The two options that we have right now, the best options are going to be UPS standard, right? We do put it in there, UPS Standard or FedEx. That's the two options that we're going to stick with there to Canada. And some using DHL as well. But overall, it's just so hard to ship there. I mean, we are trying to get some more dealers to stock more product out there, like Black Sheep Industries. I mean, he buys a lot of different stuff and tries to stock it over there, Neil, with his wastegates and stuff that he can combine there. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys we're trying to work with. So it'll be a better offering for you guys where you can just go pick up the product. I mean, Summit is also another resource, right? We sell through Summit, right, as being one of the bigger vendors. Summit pricing to Canada is a little bit better, right? I mean, there's a little option there that they can do to help you guys out as well. So that is another thing you can look at that's out on the market.
Yeah, someone had said, oh, Tim here. He says, I'm an old Garrett warranty tech, and thank you for making it affordable for the people to do turbo the right way.
I mean, turbos are expensive no matter where we look at it, right? I mean, in some form, right? I mean, it's not something that everybody can do because some people don't even know what it is and how it works, right? And they just put it on there, and we get customers that put the feed side at the wrong position, right? And that's not my fault, but they haven't learned. Nobody taught them. There's guys that are forgetting fire rings and wastegates and then they're expecting it to boost, right? I mean, nobody's taught them, but somebody's got to, and they have to learn sometimes on their own. And that's how they're learning these days with this budget hot rodding that you brought to the people. It's the greatest thing ever. I mean, it's bringing it back to the grassroots, right? And before that, everybody would go to the Summit catalog, buy every dang part, trying to put this setup together, spending all this money and enjoying what? Nothing. So right now, it's the biggest thing that you're doing. I mean, Matt I'm so grateful for it as well. I mean, Arnie said it last week, is that you're bringing hot rodding back to the people, right? I mean, that's the best thing ever because, I mean, it's cars. I mean, I grew up with them as well. I mean, I started doing illegal activities out there. I mean, hate to say it, in high school, right? I mean, we used to have things on Friday nights and whatever. And I came out with back then in the late 90s there, turbo cars, DSMs, we had the Mazdas, all turbocharged, from the factory back then. And it was kind of fun, messing around with these cars and tinkering with them, trying to make them faster and see what we can do. I mean, it's awesome. And then back then, like even with our sloppy, what is it called? I can't think of it. The instructor that we donated to for that turbo that they built. That's the thing, right? We have to bring it back to the kids because nobody's trying to teach them what I learned personally. Because I mean, we had shop class. We learned to take things apart or how to work with your hands. None of that stuff is being taught anymore, right? So I mean, whatever these shop guys, I mean, I help them out. There's another gentleman, Mike Porter, down in North Carolina over there. He contacted me last week. I mean, we're going to set him up with some stuff there at a discounted price, right, to help the kids, start building different setups. It's the way. I mean, you have to do it, and you have to bring the next generation up.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, that echoed real bad. But yeah, a lot of people might not know that where we obviously on Sloppy we like to do charity work, and we did like the MHS shop truck and whatever
that's it.
Whatever you couldn't cover, people just donated, and then we bought stuff with it and shipped it to them. And those guys went from having like a couple year build, like all motor LS, to like straight to turbo injectors, EFI source. We got them a micro squirt for nothing, like everything. We got them everything. And then it even showed them making passes in it too. Like we were like, wow.
They did it over 2 semesters, and they started with the first class. We got updates, and then they got to the second class, second semester, got more updates. It was impressive. I mean, that's where it's going to be at, right? I mean, you bringing it back to the people, because before, like I said, I mean, people would spend tons of money on stuff that did they really need it? I don't know, right? I mean, it was part in the catalog. One friend told them, hey, buy this. It's going to make power, but is it? I don't know. I mean, Richard's Holder, and look at him. I mean, he's putting out all these videos showing people, hey, this is what this cam's doing. This is what you need to select. I mean, he's proven test, real results, right, of different products and how they're working and how they're functioning and teaching people. And that's the greatest thing ever.
That's why we get along, because we give it all away.
Yeah, you don't ask for much, that's for sure. You don't ask for anything, really.
And oh yeah, people were asking. I've asked you this many times before too. How do you pronounce your name?
The name is Viren, Viren. That's how it's spelled, and it's Viren.
Yep. Because people say it all sorts of ways, and I've asked you before, and you're like, I don't care, tomato,
Yeah, it doesn't
tomato.
bother me. I mean, I grew up with this name for so long, right? So kids couldn't pronounce it in different school and stuff. So it didn't bother me. But I mean, eventually you teach them the right name, and then it's yeah, they say, oh, okay, now I got it, and then it's over. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I know it doesn't. You don't care, and I and
I don't
I
care.
I always I say it, and people sometimes look at me funny, and they're like, "Isn't it whatever?" And I'm like, "No." And then I question myself at times. I'm like, "Have I been saying it wrong for 16 years?" I'm like, "No, no, I think I got it."
Yeah.
What's the next one here? There's so many. Oh, Joey Fowler. Look at this. This broadcast
FSP.
is sponsored by Fowler Speed and Performance. We're going to sponsor Joey right now. Get over there, buy some manifolds. Buy 65 of them so Joey has to work for the next 4 years straight. He goes, how long did it take you to get your products to the level of quality that they are today?
It took some time, right? We started off like I was telling you earlier with some of these older products, with starting off with the P trim turbine wheels. Then we started with the Q trim stuff. I mean, we just have a limited selection. They worked, but were they the best? Probably not. I mean, we could have done better, but it was the cheapest solution at the time, right? I mean, manufacturing wise, we sourced it, tried to find a good solution, good manufacturer. But now that we know what's needed and how it needs to be assembled and manufactured, et cetera, it's considerably better. So that definitely does help.
All right, and then what else we got here? Oh, these are pretty good. What did you do before VS Racing?
So before VS Racing, right, I went to school. I went to University of Texas in Dallas over here, and in the Dallas area, and I studied computer science, right. So I tried to get some knowledge. Yeah, didn't really like it too much, but got me a job doing some little technology stuff, and I did IT work for almost since when I was 21. And then just doing the VS Racing as a side business kind of deal for quite some time, probably until late 2000s, a little past then, 2005, I think, 2006 timeframe. And then I started full time doing all this other stuff, and it's just taken off. It's been crazy. So I mean, VS Racing's grown. We're just going to be moving into another bigger shop here soon. In our same division here, we're moving into another in Argyle, our retail location here in Texas. We outgrew our little 4,000 square foot. Now we're moving into a 6,000 square foot building over here for our retail location and servicing location as well.
All right, and then here's a good one from Andrew Fleming. He's my go-to test guy. Whenever you send me something to test and I have nothing to put it on, he works fast, and we get all the data from him. So he's the first guy that we put your Gen 2 on. You sent me a Gen 2
Oh yeah,
when they
it
came
was a
out.
stick, right? I mean, he had a stick on the setup, right? If I'm not mistaken, on the truck.
No, Colorado with an 80E,
Colorado.
yeah. And then
Okay.
we put it on there, and that's where we ran out of injector. But you were like, people were like, oh, it makes 150 extra horsepower. And I'm like, probably not. I think that's overzealous. And we put it on, and we made like 140 extra, but ran out of injector, and it kept going. I'm like, okay, that's not a joke. It is. But he says, is there anything new being developed for the 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower range for 6-liter LS? I'm assuming he means rear wheel, because the
Yes.
8088 does 1,200 horsepower flywheel.
Correct. I mean, you can do 1200 right now with a 9688 with the 88, right? So if you use one of our next gen 88s, I mean, even if with the big turbine or the GT50 combo, would do it, right? So that's one option. But newer products, yes, there is a couple new products coming. I talked about it earlier, and that there is going to be the 94 108 and the 98 108. both T6, but they're only come in one housing. It's going to be undivided 158, but that'll be the new setup there that we're going to run in the S400 chassis. That'll be the largest S400 chassis stuff that we're going to do, and that's where it's going to stay there. And then, of course, if you need anything more than that, we got the GT55's frame stuff.
And then, someone asking about podcast stuff, which that's not pertaining to you. Someone here says, he goes, Matt, I'd like to know how many proven miles folks are getting out of your turbos and gates before failure, real world life expectancy, and what makes his turbos the go-to versus competitors of offshore offerings.
There's tons of options, right? I mean, you have there's US based options, there's aftermarket options overseas, there's different companies. I mean, Matt had Force Performance on here a couple of podcasts ago. Rich over there, and they sell a good product. I mean, there's a whole bunch of companies now that are coming out with budget line turbos, right, to compete with the market. And that's the way of the business works, right? Because we got so many, there's so much market share, and people want a little piece of that market share as well, right? So I mean, in this situation, longevity wise, clean oil, major thing, right? So as long as you keep the clean oil in your system, no debris, keep the heat out of it, it's going to last you a long time. I mean, we got diesel guys running just like 80 millimeters going 500,000 miles on them. So easily, and having no problem. And even got stock replacement, because all that stuff is original diesel application, Borg Warner, right? The 17102 has been around forever. It's for the Detroit Series 60 is what it's originally designed for, and what its stock replacement part number was, and people started using it in the gas applications, right? So in that situation, it should last you a very long time. Now, Gen 1 wastegates, that's kind of iffy. Their longevity wise, it wasn't as good as our Gen 2 stuff is. Most of everything is changing over to our next gen products, right? So 44 has already been done. 50 millimeter, it's already been done as well. And now 60 millimeters coming out here, probably, I think, April 7th is when we get restocked, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on the Gen 2 60 millimeter wastegates. Quality-wise, machining-wise, everything is better on a Gen 2. Has the ability, of course, for CO2, which was a big thing that we wanted people to, people are starting to use CO2 as boost control on top and trying to use that, or even air pressure on top without leaking past the stem there.
A lot of people are. I'm echoing again there. A bunch of people had asked about the CO2, and I know that was one of the biggest jumps for your Gen 2 stuff. And
correct, and that's pretty much with the next gen 44, next gen 50, and the new next gen 60. Next gen 60 hasn't been formally released right yet, but when it does, it'll have that ability to do so as well.
People are getting the cheat line here, the inside scoop. Oh, well, someone gave me a $50 donation. Wow, that's a lot.
Oh,
and they didn't ask anything.
Right to the top. They didn't ask anything.
They didn't ask a thing. They just said, love that you're helping kids experience the joy of building something ridiculous and awesome with their own hands. Yes, we all want to enable 16-year-olds to have 500 horsepower turbo LS cars.
Yeah, oh man, parents are going to come after us.
People jumped on that. Everybody might not know, but everyone annihilated that. I think someone sent them an entire rear end and 9-inch ends, and someone donated gear sets. People went there physically and dropped stuff off with the teacher. Everything you could think of. People were like, what do you need? I have it. I will give it to you.
We'll make it happen. I mean, we figured it out and said, hey, we'll make it happen however you need it. And the sloppy community came together. Like always, I mean, we do it for everything. We come together as a typical family would, and get it done, and that's what happened. It was a great feeling, accomplishment.
It was literally
just watching them, see them build it with their own hands, and then they showed videos of it. So I don't know if you ever guys want to YouTube it and then look at it. They showed them how they welded it. They showed them how they built the hot side. I mean, their teacher did everything and showed them how to design this, and they did a good job. I mean, it was impressive.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring up before too, because every now and then, I use all sorts of products, and for a long time, I haven't asked Jose in a while, but he gave me like a little bit of sponsor pricing, and I was quote unquote a dealer, but I don't sell turbos really. Uh, but he does make a good product, and I think there is like a people think there's animosity there. People think you pay me to sell stuff or whatever, but it's just because I've used your stuff since the beginning. So, and that's what we do. And yeah, you're like, I think people miss that point where you're like, buy from anybody. I don't care. Buy a cheap turbo from me. I don't care. Buy a precision turbo from me. I don't
It doesn't
care.
matter. I mean, either way, I sell it all. It's not a big deal, right? I mean, I sell Garrett, I sell Precision still. I mean, it's not a, it's not a life killing thing if you don't buy our VS Racing product, right? I mean, we sell it all. So if you want a high end product, hell, we can sell you a high end Precision stuff. It's not an issue. But if you want something that's affordable and you want to fit in your budget, I mean, we have that as well. I mean, that's the whole point of creating the budget oriented stuff was to meet the demand. There was so much demand that Matt created, trying to bring the hobby back to a reasonable price point to make kits, affordable to the masses. And that's what happened, right? So people started buying this stuff, putting it on, and hey, it works. It actually does what it's supposed to do, and it's affordable. And that's the greatest thing, right? I mean, keeping the price point down, and people are having fun taking their kids out in these cars and just enjoying life. I mean,
Yeah.
and not worrying about how much money they threw into it, and spending $50,000 and not enjoying the car. I mean, that's like me with this GTR, right? I mean, I spent a ton of money in it, but am I enjoying it? Not yet. I mean, I don't know when, if when, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing. I'm dumping money into something that I'm not enjoying.
Oh, someone said they asked about their scratchy cam bearings. Oh, the person that donated 50. Where they asked about scratchy cam bearings. Where is that?
Scratchy cam bearings.
I,
Interesting.
yeah, I'm looking for it. Could just ask me the question again. I'm sorry. They donated another $5 just to say that. I absolutely have to find this now. Jeez. Oh, anyway, I'm finding it, but yeah, that's what. See, that's where the whole thing originated from. I figured out you need goals, and then you need to stack things to get to that goal, and
Mhm.
that'll make you happy. And then people immediately are kind of feeling threatened, like, what if I don't want to go nines? What if I don't care about drag racing? And that's where I started saying the same thing. Like, I mean, it's popular now, not to be egomaniac, but burnouts and ice cream. I'm like, your goal, a lot of people like cars because they turn tires into smoke and make noise. That's okay. Say that's what you want. Say it to me. That's what I want. So I'm like, yeah, burnouts and ice cream with your kids. A lot of people, it's just a goal to like jump in the car, spin the tires, laugh, eat some ice cream, do it on the way home, and be like, that's our enjoyable car. Why can't that be your enjoyable car time? Like you said, I always like the more money, more problems. But people are like, well, I want a more serious car. And I'm like, it's not going to get out as much and it's going to hurt more when
Nope.
something breaks. And, I'm not making fun of anybody with an expensive car, but at some point, they're not enjoying it. It's a job, or it's
Yep.
worse than a job. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, it's not fun. That car isn't fun. It's to a point where you're like, I have to see this through because of my investment. I have to start it and do push it or something because it's just costs so much. I have to floor it at least once. But yeah, this is a good one. Oh, I
Mhm.
have to find this person that asked this. It's killing me now that I have no idea where. There's a good one here, and it says, "Will you ever offer a more complete Denmark kit?" That's a pretty good question, like injectors and a manifold and everything. But
That's the problem. I don't want to get into that business of making manifolds because there's too many, right? There's too many different setups, and
yeah,
everybody's fitment is different. Is the problem, right? I mean, I can build one, let's say for a Colorado, and say, hey, I make a Colorado kit, but do I want to build another one for a Caprice, or do I want to build one for a Nova? No, I don't want to have that hassle of building different manifolds and everything. I mean, I can tell you where to go. Yeah, I mean, there's Joey has his manifolds. I mean, there's Trick. I mean, there's too many different companies out there making decent manifolds. Pick one, and start your project. I mean, and that's all you're going to have to do is just get a manifold, build a crossover, take you 10 minutes to build a crossover. That's not difficult, right? You can knock that out pretty quick. But adding injectors, yes, we do that all the time. Adding injectors to a package, that's easy. But selling maybe like a Terminator X with it, that's a possibility. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I mean, Terminator X now, you can even put a pre-loaded tune and send it off to the customer. I mean, there's a lot of different things we could do. But I mean, the most basic thing we try to sell with the demo package is universal capability wise, right? So it can fit a lot of different platforms and make it easy for that person. Because not everything is there, right? I mean, we're still missing a couple parts. Throttle bodies, everybody has a different dang throttle body, so I don't include a throttle body coupler in there. People complain to me, right? Why don't you put a throttle body coupler in there? Because I don't know what size throttle body everybody has. You can sell 3.75 factory, or is it 4-inch, or do you have 4.25? What do you have? I don't know.
I'll take a moment to slam people real quick. And they build a 500 horsepower turbo setup, and they get a 102 millimeter mechanical throttle that the idle air control motor doesn't work, and nothing fits it. And yeah, anyway, I'll jump right off that quick and let you keep going.
No, I mean that happens. I mean, it's like adding an intake. Well, I mean, you can run the truck intake if you can fit it, right? I mean, hell, the truck intake works perfect in most, I'd say 70% of the application. You don't have to change anything out. But I mean, there's guys putting expensive BTR intakes and stuff on 500 horsepower setups. Is it going to make a difference? Yeah, a little, right? I mean, we see the dyno graphs and everything. It makes a little, but is it something you need? Probably not.
Is it going to make it drive awful? More than likely. Is it going to start in idle? Probably not, because the IAC motor is not meant to bypass airflow for anyway. Yeah, like just I have made almost 4 digits so often with a stock Gen 3 garbage can with the 72 millimeter throttle that starts, runs, drives fine. That's one of those things that people spend money on something that doesn't matter. And anyway, I found her question. I'm assuming it's a, I don't know. It says Jamie, so that's ambiguous, right? But it says, for Matt or Veren, I accidentally touched a cam bearing on my LQ4 block. They are rough, not enough to catch a fingernail. Do I pretend it didn't happen and reassemble? Do I replace all just 2 of the ends? Or polish the ends with 1200 grit and send it? Block is bare except crank. It's for a 64 Vista Cruiser wagon, 99% street, mild turbo. I would say if you can't scratch it, put them right back in. Because a lot of those things, they look bad and they're fine, and putting a new one in sometimes will cause wear, especially like the cam bearings, because I've heard people say this, and I agree. I've taken apart engines with extremely low mileage, and they look like the cam bearings are worn out. A bunch of people have told me, again, I don't know if there's truth to this, but it makes sense, that they line hone them with the cam bearings to make sure it's absolutely straight for the cam. And it kind of makes sense, because you always see it looks like copper. It looks like it's screwed up at some point, but the things work fine, especially if you can't scratch it. And if there's not the flakes, if there's not gold flake in your oil pan and stuff, it's not a problem then either. And I've even done, like, I've had engines where the rod bearing, I as my fingernail, like really bad grooves, like some piece of dirt got in there and just chewed it. And I've taken other rod bearings out of another, like I have a box of them, cleanish, but still like discolored. I've thrown them in stuff, never had any problems. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's what they're asking. Keep it simple on that. If it was a known, good, running, high mileage engine, there's nothing in there that's going to stop it from continuing to be a known, good, high mileage running engine. That's why I tell people don't let the magic out, don't even open them. I couldn't tell you the amount of engines in the last 2 years, like on E85 especially, because the top ring doesn't get hot and button explode. Untouched 900 plus rear wheel through an automatic LS's, just cam and springs and 900 horsepower, like ridiculous.
I mean, that's your recipe, right? I mean, that's what Don't BS Me or even the 80 millimeter type packages that people use, right? I mean, that's the way. I mean, don't open it. I mean, it's good in season, right? Ring gap is already opened up, 200,000 miles. Just run it. if it's been out of a working engine, right? And yeah, there's no point. And just slap your Terminator X that everybody loves now. It's the newest thing, greatest thing. It does everything. 3.5-inch touchscreen, boom, 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 hit the buttons. Hey, it starts up.
We call it the Game Boy tune.
Yeah, it's ready to roll, right? I mean, it's the technology. I mean, whenever you got that first one, right? I mean, they sent it over there. You did that testing and everything else. I mean, that changed a lot of people's hot rodding for ECU tuning ability, right? So that was a game changer in the industry. I mean, that's 100% given. As well as, having the budget line of turbos, right? I mean, that changed it as well for guys that are trying to do this on the best budget and do it easily and, have fun.
And then what else do we have here? Are we going to see any killer deals in the future for VS turbos? Like, is there inside sales you can give up that are coming up soon?
I mean, right now, we normally only run 3 sales, right, a year. One usually at Texas 2K time. We didn't have time this year to run that sale. So they'll probably see something around middle of summer as a sale. And then probably again at the normal time frame, which we do our November and December sales for Thanksgiving, Black Friday, all that jazz, and then Christmas, the 12 days of Christmas sales.
All right. And then, what was another one? Oh, we did say this. Someone else asked, what did you do before VS Racing? What was the business plan for VS Racing? Did he always intend for it to be awesome, or was he filling a gap for? I think you went over that in the beginning about how you started.
Yeah, I mean, I started just out of doing it for tax purposes reason, right? Just selling a few parts here and there. I mean, getting product out, little things like that. But it wasn't like a big business. I mean, I just had to do it for just keep the racing hobby that I was trying to do with racing the Civic across the country, trying to write off expense costs and everything else that was involved, right? So when we started out, we didn't think it's going to grow like this, right? I mean, it only started when we started going and creating our own lineup of turbos, right? So in that situation, what happened is, I mean, we grew the product, became, a good quality product, bringing it to the masses at an affordable price, and then it started taking off in trajectory. I mean, we're doing quite well. I mean, especially right now with this stimulus package that came out, of course, it's been ridiculous. I mean, products are going off the shelf faster than we can keep it in stock. Even just trying to get product from other vendors right now, like our Bosch injectors that we sell direct from Bosch there. It's just out of stock. They can't produce enough due to COVID restrictions over there and trying to get the product over. We don't have stock to sell. Same thing right now, like the Siemens Deca injectors just went completely dark. I mean, they just don't have the product capability to get us EV1s or EV6 injectors. I mean, things are getting so bad right now, just getting parts from other vendors. It's been crazy. I mean, even us ourselves, right? We're out of 60 millimeter wastegates. We just ran out of 50 the other day, and now we just got 50s back in. It's been trying to keep product with all these sales. It's been nuts.
And then I got another money donation here for questions, and this is going to be one of those loaded can of worms things here. And it says from Mr. Alexis Jones, I think is what it says. I don't know. What is the largest setup or engine turbo-wise that 44 millimeter wastegate was able to control boost effectively? And when do you recommend going larger? Or is it better to use the smallest wastegate possible in priority placement? And I don't know if they mean a single 44 millimeter, and I don't know if they mean... here's the thing, you could have 44 millimeters. Maybe they could clarify. I'm not being a jerk, but that's the thing. Like they said, I mean,
the biggest thing is going to be priority placement, right? I mean, putting it in the correct place and having exhaust flow into the gate at the best angle possible, of course. You don't want any weird 90s going into it and run it in a different direction that the exhaust is going to flow. It'll never work. That'll work to a certain extent. I mean, until drive pressure tries to push it open or something.
He says a single turbo setup, but I'm asking how many wastegates also.
Yeah, I mean, like on an 80 millimeter, I mean, you can put 2 if you keep it fully divided, right? I mean, 1 on each bank. Or if you do it like what you do, you put one on the housing. I mean, heck, 44, you put a 44 on a 80 millimeter at one time, and then you had creep issues, right? And
I
then you
had to
had to
do
add another
two.
one. Yeah. So, I mean, normally on a big turbine like that, we normally run a larger gate. We probably use the 50 most likely on something like that. But on the small series stuff, anything with my 78, 75s with the 9.6s, 44 is plenty sufficient. When you start to step up to the divided larger hot sides, I would like to, I mean, most of my customers are going to stay to the 50.
Yeah, and I would also add a lot of times what's funny is I used to think differently. I used to put a turbo setup on, and if I could run 4 pounds, I'm like, well, I have plenty of wastegate because I can be as low as 4 pounds, right? And then what I learned was when you have a big dynamic range turbo, uh, it can triple the amount of exhaust flow. So I had that 80 millimeter turbo setup, and I could run 4 pounds. But then when I wanted to run 16, it would run away because it just started off a catalyst. So it could vent. So I started to have to think about it as it's venting a certain amount of horsepower. So if it can't, that's the whole issue there. So a bunch of those setups, I always like to, if it's a single 80, do two 44s. I feel like your boost control is going to be, it's going to work the best. And you're going to get all of the best situations out of it. So we've gone twin 44s on fairly large single turbo setups. I think a 44 is a good two 44s on a single V8 is the best you could do in my opinion.
100%. I mean, that's what we normally would do if you, but it also depends on your hot side. Some guys don't want to run 244s because of the size placement wise and everything else, and then they just want to run one big. But I mean, you're still trying to fit a 2.5 inch pipe in a 60, right? So I mean, where the heck are you going to fit a 2.5 inch pipe? It's a big hole you got to drink.
Yeah, it's tough. You almost have to ask, if you have to ask that question, you should almost ask somebody you know, not to be, again, not to be a dick about it, but like you and I've learned over the years, having someone that can understand and see it happening can know like that's not going to be good and here is going to be bad, so two or one or and then as you know, like a giant turbo, putting it all into one and trying to hang a 60 on it somewhere is just huge. Having a huge turbo and a Coke bottle wastegate on it, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat. So you almost need someone to advise you because people always ask me, like, how much wastegate do I need? And that's, you can't answer that. It's tough. Like, where are you putting it? What size is what? How big's your engine? Do you want to be able to run launch on 4 pounds and then ramp to 44 pounds? Like, you have to, it sucks. You have to know all of it. So that's why it's hard to answer. Well, here's a good one. We'll go on to some non-car questions. I always like those.
Awesome.
He says, Coke or Pepsi?
Oh man, I like Coke. That's what I mean, I don't try to drink too much soda products because I mean, working in the shop in the heat in summer, I mean, it's pretty much water. I just try to keep hydrated because you can't get hot in there. I mean, even if we try to keep AC on, but still, I mean, maintaining it at that, we're probably about 85 degrees still in the shop. So, I mean, just drinking water is the best there. But if I do drink soda, it's going to be Coke.
Someone asked a good one. Do you build any turbos in-house, like in the business? Or he
Yes,
says,
there's going to be some. We do. We got a couple CMAT machines as our balancing machines here now in house. We do a lot of different repair and work. So yes, next gen stuff we try to keep there available in the Argyle location, and that'll be all the new series stuff that we're going to be working on.
I think that'll be a pretty big surprise to some people because and that's what I brought that up a bunch of times where people get mad that Sloppy pushes Chinese stuff. And I'm like, what actually happens is we end up finding US markets that can build something better, cheaper, and then we are employing, I think we say it every episode, we always usually merge into that. And then someone asked not to rabbit hole that because I'll just start soapboxing like everybody knows. What's your favorite flavor of pizza, Veren?
Oh man, I like just cheese. I mean, I'm a pretty simple person. I don't ask for a lot of different stuff. I mean, cheese is perfectly fine. My kids like it, so I got to eat it. And mostly, I mean, ever since that, I mean, I hardly eat pizza that often, but usually just eating a good slice of cheese pizza just warms you up inside, kind of deal. I'm pretty basic. I'm pretty basic. I'm not crazy. I mean, I know I see Jamie. She loves her Dunkin' coffee, right? I mean, she likes her coffee, all that stuff. I mean, I like my Starbucks. You give me here and there a few bucks there to buy some Starbucks, which is awesome, and I enjoy that stuff here and there. I mean, other than that, pretty basic person. Not much going on in my life. I mean, I try to get there just to. That's why I asked Arnie the other day. How does he have time to do all those business ventures? I barely have enough time to just take the kids to school in the morning. I got to do that, and then I got to bring them, try to come and pick them up and everything. I mean, my shop is not that far from the house area than where I am at, so it's not that difficult. But just trying to find time in the day to get things done is crazy in itself. So I mean, pretty basic and trying to just manage family life.
Yeah, that's a funny one, people. I send randomly I send Veren Starbucks gift cards because he's like me. I have everything I want, and if I don't have it, I buy it. But
Yep.
Jamie's pretty good at getting me stuff I don't know I want or need. So a bunch of times I've asked, obviously Veren's wife and kids, Larissa is awesome, incredible, and I'm like, what do I get him? What can I
Oh,
get the
no doubt
guy?
about that. I mean, she does a lot for the family.
I was like, what can I get him? He has everything. What can I get him? She's like, he likes coffee. So I'm like, gift card you all the time, like with the thing. And you're always like, what is this for? And I'm like, to buy coffee. And you're like, why are you giving it to me? I'm like, for 15 years of free turbo. No, not that long. People might not know. I actually used to buy them. You used to let me buy them anyway.
Yep. I mean, heck, selling the master powers back in the day, that was something else.
Yeah. Now, like, I'm like, hey, I'm like, would this work in my application or do you sell these now? Blah, blah, blah. And then I get a box that shows up on my porch. You and Monkey Fab are the worst. Can we throw Mike under the bus quick?
Oh, Mike's awesome. He was shaving Bob today, so oh man, I wish Bob would have been up here.
The sheep. The
That
sheep.
sheep is crazy.
It looks so mean. It always seems like it's so mean to him.
Yeah, he chases him around there and he eats his orange and he's happy, man. It's like the greatest thing ever watching that Bob. Yeah, he sent me some stuff the other day. I mean, I needed some parts. I use all his oil feed and line kits and our kits are all come from Monkey Fab. So all the lines, everything, all his fittings, that's what we use in our kits, and it's a great product. I mean, he supplies us, and it's been impressive. Excellent man, a man of integrity there over there too, because he carries good quality at affordable price.
Oh, yeah. That's if people don't know about Monkey Fab at all, you need to go check out Monkey Fab Manufacturing. He's been a sloppy sponsor for like, I can't even, it's 6 or 10 years. My timeline in my head is awful, but Bob is his shop sheep and he has two dogs and he sells probably the most affordable fabrication parts I've ever seen, and they are awesome also. So I use them in a lot of builds. I have stuff here I could show quick, but yeah, let me grab something real quick. So here's something awesome. Like people might not realize that it's extremely hard to build one of these priority, and then he even I don't know what you want to call that, like expands the edges so they're slip fit, and then this fits like every 40 to 44 millimeter wastegate ever. They're all the same seat, and it accepts the fire ring. So, we use this on 8s for 8 and a bunch of things, and the wastegate bolts right on. And I have Black Sheep Industries 45 millimeter gates. They clamp right onto this, no problem. So if making a merge and everything else is a huge pain for you, you just put this in line and then stick the wastegate on it. So he sells, you can even see a monkey, actually here. Let me, I think I can change the layout here. Auto, here we go. Maybe this will work better. You can see there's a little stainless steel monkey on his product too. He puts them on, these are even to protect it from cracking on like the thin edge.
His product's amazing, man. I mean, like I said, we use all of it, all the lines, all the fittings. It just works. I mean, it's a simple thing. I mean, good product, quality product. We just keep using it.
Yeah, and drains, flanges, this stuff, everything you can think of. Yeah, people are like Monkey Fab and Faller Performance do great work. Oh, Cameron's here. Cameron Vick.
Oh,
Cameron
awesome.
Powers. He says, thanks, Veren, for all the great products over the years.
There's quite a bit of products, that's for sure, man. You were started off with some different setups. Went to the Jose's Turbo, and I think now you're going to the twin setup. So it's going to be interesting.
It was twin. I talked him into. He had smaller twins, and then he did a 6-liter and bigger twins, and I talked him into a single, and then he changed it to a bigger single, and now it's going to twins again.
That's always impressive watching that Crown Vic. So it's leaving. That's a heavy thing, right? So it's not light by any means. It's almost what 3,800 pounds at least.
It's 4,150.
Damn.
Yes. Yep.
A GTR weight almost.
Yep. That's what we always. People are like, "Oh, stock bottom end, whatever." I'm like, that has been in his car for like over 3 years, from like a 990 to now an 890. It hasn't been touched. He just changes the oil, and we keep pushing it farther. So what? I just talked to Brian Nutter about this today. That Brian Nutter said he's like me. He's the skydiver, and his friend is the parachute. And I said I'm like Kirk, and Cameron is like Spock. I'm like, do the thing, and he's like, let's think about it first. And I'm like, do it, just do it. So like I'm like, let's do this and just smack it with nitrous and 30 pounds. And he's like, how about I start lighter and I work my way into it? And that's why Cameron, even though I tune it, that's why Cameron, not to steal anyone's thunder, I remotely touch up the car, and then Cameron is taking the methodical. He's like, why don't I get there over time? And I'm like, just poke a rod and try again. But that's how I think I've learned faster, like when I used to do like the automotive myth-busting stuff. People would be like, you're wrong and you're dumb. I'm like, well, tell me how to do it. And I would try it and it would break. I'm like, well, you're wrong too. And I just rinse and repeat that forever. And I'm like, turns out none of you know what you're talking about, so I guess I can figure it out on my own.
I mean, you did well for figuring it out, man, because I mean, you do a lot of different things that people say shouldn't work, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Proving them wrong.
People are like, can't do that, and I'm like, okay, maybe you gave up earlier. You have no clue. Oh, here's 2 good ones. Actually, there's 3 good ones. Actually, there's a lot of good ones. I'll just shut up. Any plans to enter the diesel market? You already answered that you do have people with VS turbos and diesels.
I mean, there's a customer out here, Chris Patterson. He's from Unrivaled Diesel. He's a dealer for us as well. There's quite a few different dealers that do diesel performance only that buy our turbos. Pretty much locally here in the Texas area, though. They're not anywhere, everywhere else. But there's a few. They definitely do use the product. I think he ran our compound setup. He ran a Borg 75 as the lower turbo, and then ran our 98 GT55 based setup. Turbo ball bearing on top, made a little over 2,200, I think, in a diesel application. So I mean, it's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of different stuff. Now he's switching up. He's going to do a triple turbo setup, so it's going to be interesting. Those guys are a different breed, so I mean they're on another level of boost pressure. I mean they're running 100, 150. Like what the hell? I mean we put that in a gas application. Hell, I never see it. I mean not even in the 4-cylinder guys are running 150 psi, right? So I mean it's crazy.
This is actually a good one. I know you have a bunch of cars, or you're always going through cars. What cars do you own and race besides a GTR, which you don't have to tell people everything you own?
Yeah, I have my dually because I need a truck to tow my trailer everywhere, so that's one aspect. Then, of course, my daily is a Audi RS Q, the new Q8. That's what I got for my daily right now. Then, of course, the GTR, and that's pretty much what I have available to me right now. Other than my wife's car, she drives a Mercedes AMG GT, and then, of course, if I ever get to drive it, she's always with it. So, never get to see it.
All right. Savage Fabrication is throwing down some stuff here. We compete in diesel, drag racing, and truck pulling. We test and tune setups on my dynojet. Limited by class charger, 4-inch inlet, handle 60 psi sustained for pulling for 30 to 45 seconds. I guess he's asking.
Even Chris came out the other day, unrivaled. He's like I said, he's a good customer of mine. The diesel guys with the pulling sleds, they need the bell mount inlets, and they're limited on inducer size, right? So they use a little bit of different setups. He wants us to try to build him a 76 for his. He's going to do sled pulling with the diesel application, and we're going to try to see if we can get one together in a ball bearing situation. It's going to be S400 based because we do a lot of ball bearing stuff now. So I don't know if anybody knew that or not, but the CNC full center sections on the ball bearing S400s, a little bit better thrust capability in that setup, and longevity wise is what we see in the diesel application. So we're going to try to get that cover done for them and have one done. Oh, there's two of them.
Oh man, noisy while I bang these around. I'm sorry. So these are going on the Mustang, but there's your V-band inlet, mirror image, dual ball bearing, water cooled, Garrett style VS 6762.
6762, yep.
And these are coated. They're hydro dipped by Choate's Coats. So it's just car parts. Pretty cool. They look incredible. Maybe one day they'll get on my car.
Yeah, you're making headway on it though, slowly but surely. I saw you working on it.
And then Monkey Fab made me these that bolt right to it and feed the V-band inlet. But yeah, yep. There was, I'm known for doing like 90-day builds or 30-day builds, but there was an inordinate amount of things that stopped the Mustang from happening. And then I keep saying, and it's not even a joke, the longer I take to build it, the more I get for free. So why start, right? Like,
now you're just collecting parts.
I said to my friend the other day, I'm going to have a $250,000 door slammer pro mod if I just don't build it. Someone's going to, like my buddy Frank will give me a turnkey 25.5 Radio versus World chassis to put all this stuff in soon.
Oh, that's yeah. Then you're going to become a no prep guy.
Oh yeah, people ask him about, geez, this guy's been spamming this 100%, and we already answered this many times. Ask him about 2200cc injectors. Does he have original Bosch? Yes, you sell original 100%. Bosch, and you flow them.
Yep.
You buy them
There's option on there.
As everyone does, you buy them in like 500, 1,000 sets. And you can buy them out of box, or you can buy a flow match set. Yada yada yada. What else? Oh yeah, we go back and forth. Like I think we've seen people make like 1100 with those turbos. Mine's going to be a 6-liter. It's like a 366-inch aluminum engine.
Gotcha.
And I think I asked
about 1100, 1150, somewhere in that neighborhood.
But it should be like a very light switchy, very big average power.
Correct.
Which
it'll
is
be
what
a flat power button right there. So it'll be like up and then it'll hover right there. Correct.
Most of the stuff I've built is just barely gets to 1,000. So I was like, it'd be cool to have some pretty boys that just light switch 1,000. Because it would make the car like fun street car, which is what it's going to be. And then if I want more, I can always hang like two Do you have V band inlet 7875s?
We just released some dual V-band mirror image
Oh,
7875.
that's what we would go to if I get bored with 1100.
Yeah, that was the only difference is you got to change that one flange there. Just how Michael and them give you a 3 inch instead of two and a
Oh, they're
half.
3 inch inlet?
Yeah, 3 inch inlet. That's the only thing you got to change.
Yeah, someone just said I bought 2200s from Veren and he had Eric Durr flow them. Early on you did, but now you haven't. Is that an Ants or whatever it's called machine?
Asnu bench, right? I mean, I could always send Eric, and now Eric, of course, does it full time. Did an awesome job flowing it for us and doing everything. It's just we people wanted them faster, right? I mean, sending it out to Eric and sending them back in bulk quantity, it got a little bit cumbersome on our side trying to get product out fast enough. So we bought the machine and we started doing in-house flowing of them and getting them matched. We normally do it on Fridays at the shop here. We do them in batches of 64 normally, and we just do the EV1s as well as the EV6s, and then sometimes, I mean, we hardly sell the 821s as much because I mean, a lot of guys don't like the Denso connector, right? I mean, I get it. That was the original Boss 210 that first came out, and everybody ran it, but now we have EV1 choice that's a mid-link, drop right into a truck intake. Then you got the EV6 that Terminator X makes a harness for. So those two products, people are just buying and matching it up to their intake with of course, the right spacer.
Yeah, that was a big thing. Ooh. The biggest thing was those 210s came in the Pico with the Toyota Nippon Denso weird connector that no one has. So you'd have to buy those and make your own, or you'd have to buy a weird adapter that was sometimes hard to get what you wanted. So then, yeah, the one day, this is a common theme, right? People are already like, wow, you're going to have that turbo, or wow, you're going to have mirror image 78 V band. I'm like, the one day I was like, I think I said it to you, I wish they had a tall 210 with the regular, like a EV1 square or EV6 oval. And you're like, I have them. And I'm like, what, you have a tall one? You're like, I have a tall EV1. And I'm like, what? It's always something.
It's still a mid-length, right? So it won't fit like a true LS1, right? So it'll fit the trucks, not a problem, because truck is mid-length.
Oh, you're right.
It's 10 millimeters short, right? But in the LS1, if you go with the LS1 full length, right, or a full length Decker or whatever, right, is going to be true 60 millimeter. So in that situation, you got to use that spacer to make it take up that slack. But I mean, most guys that run truck intakes or SS intake or whatever, it just drops right in and you're ready to go. Don't have to do anything.
Oh, what else do we have here? Oh, this is a good one. I mean, I have my own reservations here. How much more expensive is it to make 1,000 horsepower over the old 500? Platform specific, I would say. That's widely platform specific. Other than that, I'm assuming they mean Turbo LS and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 500 horsepower setup is not much. I mean, you run 6 pounds or 7 pounds on a 78, 75, you're coming up to 500 quite easily. It doesn't take that much on a decent LS setup with a cam and, doing your springs, retainers. I mean, when we budgeted, I think the Don't BS Me build is what, about $1,800, if I'm not mistaken, with everything, manifold and all the different parts.
Yeah, and like that's why I always tout that setup as being the best for people to get, is because that 500 horsepower line is the easiest one to get to with the most cost effectiveness. And then from there, it becomes very application specific. What car, what fuel pumps, what fuel, what. It starts to get. The 500 you can make accidentally, I tell people. Like, I made 500 accidentally many times until I figured out how easy it was to do it with. And the big thing, I guess, with that application is I do so many of those a year now that are an exact copy. So it's cool to see people getting the same result. You can easily fire out 500 rear wheel through an unlocked auto on pump fuel with room to be safe, no matter what. Like 4.8, 5.3, 6.0, You know, if someone does a little bit better job, they can go farther. If someone does a total shit job, it'll still make 500 rear wheel. And as you know, and I explain to people all the time, 500 rear wheel through an automatic turbo car is, when you first have something like that, feels like unlimited power. It will just annihilate the tires from a roll. It'll continue to obliterate tire as long as you stay in it. You will loop it into the weeds if you're not thinking very easily. It's because people are like, oh, 800 horsepower or whatever, and then 450 does a 1,000 foot burnout in a truck, and they're like, I don't understand what's happening. And I'm like, well, it's different when you actually have it. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean it's 100%. I mean you start off 500, 1,000 is quite a jump, right? But people need to experience the lower horsepower numbers. I mean, if you never driven it, like Matt's saying, right, it's a big difference. I mean, just taking a LS powered setup and running it on the street at 500 horsepower in an automatic, it's a lot. I mean, people don't realize that, and it's fun. I mean, you can slide it around and have a good time. I mean, doing burnouts, whatever. I mean, it's a lot. But going to 1,000 horsepower, yes, it can be done. It's not. It's just going to be a factor, right? A factor of I'd say 20% more in price point because you're going to double your fuel system. You're going to go with the bigger turbo. So I mean, all that stuff adds up. But you could do a small package at once and just run low boost. I mean, like Matt proved on the Colorado, I mean, ran the 80 millimeter at what, low boost, 12 pounds, and on a 6 liter, and making almost 650 or somewhere in that neighborhood. He was pushing down, and then he cranked it up to 15, and he went to 700. I mean, you could do that and then do a E85 setup from the get go to save money. So there is options that you can do to save to try to get to that 1,000 mark.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends, but it's not anymore. It's what I always say to people. We, as a collective, find a way to make 100 extra horsepower safely every year on stock bottom ends, it seems. And I don't know how much that Moore's law can go. Like I always explain, I don't know how far that business model can make it. But with E85 and a bunch of stuff, it makes it extremely easy to throw down. I would say to get into the 800 rear wheel range is not that difficult. And then if you have like the billet 8088, you can get into the 900 tire range for not much more. And that's what people don't realize when they buy a GT45. You're like completely stuffed at 560 wheel. I've had some lockup converter cars make 610, but that's all it has. That's it. And then if you just spend a little bit more on like a 7875 billet, easily eight and change, and then like an 8088 has incredible top end, especially on like a 6 liter or something. I made 996 a bunch of times. I could not make 4 digits, but someone had just asked. That's why I wanted to get into this. The billet S480 that you make, that I call it the 8088. That size, because you have a bunch of different sizes now, but early on, I would say the S480 that you sell is the billet 8088, and I must have tuned 35 cars that make 900-ish rear wheel through an unlocked auto with that turbo.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the 8088's been around for quite some time. I mean, when we got you the original one, right? And then with the standard cover. I mean, there's so many options now. We have the race covers, we have the larger turbines, we have the next gen aero, we have the larger turbine wheel. I think I saw somebody post the other day a pre question there. Why choose the 10292 turbine wheel, which is what you had prior in the last setup in that work truck you put together, right? The 2500 that you built with the 10292 turbine wheel and an 80 compressor, right? So I mean that's there for the larger motors when you start to climb up there and drive pressure. Start using the larger turbines. I mean, that's what it's there for. Helps carry the power out further and keep you well within reason in the efficiency side, right? So that's what you're trying to accomplish.
And that did work really well. We have good data since I've done so many 8088 cars. I was really happy to test that 8102. And what I saw was
80 by 92. If you go by the normal nomenclature, right? So if you go by the smaller side wheel, right? So it's going to be technically the big side of the wheel is a 102 by 92, like a 96 by 88. So yeah,
so that's
a 4 millimeter difference.
That's a 92 versus a 88.
88, correct.
Oh, so what's cool about that is though, that 4 millimeter makes a huge difference. Like you said, I've done so many 6 liter 88s that one with 4 millimeter that had under 1 to 1 back pressure at 26 pounds and at 856 rear wheel.
See, that's the biggest thing. You want to keep that EMAP put down, right? I mean, that's the whole purpose, and so you can get the efficiency out of that compressor, and you still have plenty left on compressor side.
And then what was really cool to see, I had some kind of inefficiency somewhere with that setup because that thing made 721 on 13 pounds on a 6 liter, like a 250,000 mile 6 liter with a torque or two camshaft or something. So that was an incredible setup, but then it bottlenecked. And just for fun, I leaned on the boost way up just to check. I had crank map sensor. I had a 2-bar map on the crank. I had a coolant pressure sensor. I had a back pressure sensor. So I wanted to get a ton of data while I leaned on a stock head gasket, stock head bolt, reused everything, 6 liter bottom end. And everything looked great, especially back pressure from what I have used before. And as we all know, you could tell immediately because of my massive amount of low boost horsepower that back pressure was non-existent. And it was neat to see that at 13 pounds, I had like 10 pounds of back pressure. And that was on Joey Fowler's divided log setup. And everyone's like, that's going to create more back pressure. It's too small. Blah. So apparently we had a shitty hot side that still had under 1 to 1 back pressure at 850 rear wheel.
Yeah, that's the impressive part, right? Did it work? Yeah, it worked really well.
Yeah. And then, oh, here's a good one. Veren, what's your favorite turbo? No, we asked that already. The 7875 is everyone's little brother that got them into this world. That's why I was so sad when you're like the Gen 1's going away, and I'm like, well, we're gonna pour one out for the Gen 1.
That was the best turbo ever. I mean, it's good. I mean, but now, I mean, there's so many. The compressor cover going to the larger cover helped, and then designing that 125 housing, and going with the 125 housing for the larger guys to at least enjoy it on the street, right? Because not everybody on a 6.0 wanted to go T6, right? So I mean, there's some guys just want to have fun with the 6 liter because that's all they found in the junkyard, and they said, hey, let me get it, and it came with the 480 already, so let me put it in and let's go with it.
Oh, I have a donation question, so we're going to jump him ahead. I missed it almost. Narcoleptic Custom says, if I'm close to VS Racing sometime this summer, can I get a tour?
Yep, 100%.
That's a good one. Someone asked again. I replied to him with a text here. He says, could someone please explain hot side and AR ratios, which you did like a 5-minute thing on that. So I don't have the timestamp, but I think it was fairly early. But we did it, so we don't want to chew it up again. Oh, this guy says, Matt, what's the least favorite car you've owned? And it doesn't say project, so I will go ahead and say the least favorite car I owned was, I bought it as a project. It was like, what the hell was it? It's one of those Ford El Caminos. You know what I mean? It's a Ford, but it has the bed, and it had a 9-inch, and I bought it for like nothing, and I brought it home to do like dumb LS swap stuff with it, and it had holes in the frame I could put my fist through the next day after I bought it, and I was so pissed off, and I just scrapped it. I just scrapped it. It was just garbage. Like if you hit train tracks, it probably would have broken half. That is the worst purchase that I never looked at, that didn't turn out, that I didn't own for like a day. I was there with my friend when we found the holes in the frame and I was jacking it up, and I just sat in the car like so. The Ranchero, people are saying. I just sat in there, and my friend AJ was looking at me, and I just started putting my feet in the dash and smashing. Like I just was leg pressing the dash and smashing I was so mad. Just very calmly destroying the whole car, and I'm like, well, I guess we're driving this right into the scrapyard. I had it for like 12 hours. I was so mad. But yeah. Oh, this is a good one, and I know the answer to this, actually. People will like to hear this too. Do you have an engineering staff for development?
Yes, I mean, I help out with that aspect, and then I have a third party that looks over our designs on like on the next gen wheels and everything that we analyze and get the data from, and then we send it, get it cut, and then assemble on that. At least on the next gen. On the other stuff, no, there's not any design on it. Some of the older stuff, like the 80 millimeters and stuff, that's been around forever. We use the same 80 millimeter wheel, hasn't changed in years. Just on the next gen stuff, all the next gen stuff is going to be a product that is, analyzed and created to work better.
All right. And then, I mean, this one's pretty good. We'll go over this. This is just, we'll go over a funny one first that has no answer. We can just laugh. He goes, what's the best turbo for two-stepping all the time? I would say probably the T51R because it's going to be noisy on the compressor and it's going to be noisy fireballing out the back. So you want noise out of both ends, right?
I mean, that's one aspect, but a lot of thrust issues with it going, keeping it on the two-step too long either, right? So, I mean, I don't want you to blow up a turbo just holding it there on the two-step all day long and trying to, all that air is going to go forced in there and trying to build it and everything else. So, I mean, it can be risky. You don't want to do it for forever, but the T51R would definitely be a loud noise maker on the outside there. You'll definitely hear it 100%.
I would say the best turbo maybe is like the S475 because it's a tank and it'll probably take the most abuse for the money.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's guys running it with all kinds of debris and still taking it. Keep on trucking.
They don't care. I put like 2.5 motors through that one that I got from you, and it just didn't care. It just kept smashing out 750 rear wheel. It didn't care at all.
Ugh.
That thing took on a 13-pound on the trans brake, 13 psi, to get to 26 with I was immediately requesting 26 pounds. Like I had the boost controller set at a duty cycle. So immediately off the brake, it would ask for 26 pounds. It would take 2 seconds to get from 13 to 26. That's how slow that thing is to get transient, like to build the pressure. Anyway.
That's because of 9688 back there. That's why.
Yep, it's just an old dog. Like it's. I knew for the money that it would get it done, but it has no response. Like a billet, like Brett DeLong has that billet 7875 Gen 2, and he can foot brake like 5 pounds and let it go, and it's like immediately whatever he wants. It less than like a quarter second. That's what people are missing when I tell them to get the billet 7875 instead of the GT45. Like the 4.8 truck that I had, the Colorado, the last build with the billet 78, will just immediately, like, you hit it and it makes the boost you want and annihilates the tires. Like, that's the difference between you get the other turbo and you smack it and it winds up like a jet engine. It sounds cool and all, but if 4 or 5 seconds later it makes some steam, it's nowhere near as much fun with the really rapid transient of the billet. It's totally worth like another $200 or whatever it is. It's money well spent. Hard to convince people that though. Oh, people are dropping money and not even asking questions. They're just dropping money to be awesome.
Oh, that's awesome for you.
How will Mirror Twins do on a 6.0? I mean, that's like we always talk about. Loaded question, goals.
Yeah. Mirror... And it also depends on size, right? Because we have a different selection. We can put a 58, 55 mirrors, 62, 62 mirror, 67, 62. We got 67, 66 now. 70, 70, which hasn't been released. There's only a couple done and tested already.
Fancy so new boy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of new stuff, right? So there's people want to, reverse left and right. And then you have the 78, 75, and then there's an 80 by 75 in a mirror option as well, right? So it's you can put a 6-liter with a pair of 78, 75 making roughly about 1,400 pretty easily with the small housing. And then you can put the big housings on there and you can make quite a bit more. So it just depends on what you're trying to look for and what your goal is. Like Matt says, you pick your goal, stick to that goal there, and you're going to have it, and then build your setup. That's it.
And then similarly, I put these questions next to each other because he says, are twins more efficient than a big single? Literally goals, horsepower, drivability, use case scenario, gasoline, methanol, diesel. it sucks to give someone that answer because then they feel bad or they feel like you're being a jerk. But it's literally like when someone's like, "What's the best air conditioner?" and you're like, "Car, house, apartment, central air, window unit." It sounds dumb until you hear me say application specific. And when you give someone like the air conditioner reference, they're like, oh, okay, I need some way to convey my use. And then like flip side of that is like I've said, people don't know what they want. That's why I do the ice cream and burnouts, and that's why the sloppy stage 2 exists, and that's why you force the billet 78, 75 because they don't know how good it is. They don't know how much they're gonna like it until they have it. And then the sloppy stage 1 makes the same power, drives better, has better vacuum for brakes, has better fuel economy at part throttle, but no one wants it because it doesn't chop. So,
It's
yeah.
all about the noise.
It's something I've learned. Like, they put that cam in, they have 18 inches of idle vacuum, their power brakes work good, the idle's nice, it cruises better, it doesn't cam surge below 2,000 RPM, you can use a stock torque converter. They hate it. They're like, didn't I install a cam? Why did I put a cam in if it's not going to be like all lumpy? And then they're mad. I'm like, well, this is the best solution because you have your cake and eat it. It doesn't thump. I don't care. I don't want it. I'm like, oh, okay. I've learned that people don't know what they want. Sometimes you have to. Then people get mad because you tell them what they want, and then they're like, well, that's not what I asked for. Well, 10 years of experience, you know that person's not going to be happy with what they want. You have to tell them what they want.
That's the same thing. I mean, we get the customers, right, coming in asking us, hey, I want to make 1,000 and I want to do it in a T4 on a 6 liter. I can do it a lot easier on a T6. I mean, go with the right turbo the first time rather than, doing it wrong and going with the T4. I mean, yes, I can sell you something that'll make it, but is it the best solution? No, because if you ever needed to upgrade, let's say if we just set it at 1,000, now you want 1,200, you need to go bigger, right? And the only way to go bigger is the T6 frame. There's nothing else on the market that's going to flow enough kind of deal.
Similarly, that's why I tell people to get the billet 78, 75 because I know 400 at 500 is the iceberg. So if the person's not a moron and they get used to that fast over 6 months, they don't have to change a damn thing to make 800 as long as they get fuel and everything else. That turbo will, the range of that turbo from 400 to 800 wheel is like, okay, no sweat, no problem. And it'll do
Just
it.
crank it up. I mean, you just turn up the boost to like 22 to 24 range is where you normally set it, and it does it.
And it's compact. The turbo is physically small. The outlet's 2.5. The downpipe's 3 inch. Like, it could not be easier dimensionally fitting it, using it. Everything about it is awesome. So that's why I'm like, use this.
I mean, it's the best all around turbo. I mean, that's we've been stating it over and over again. It's the number one thing, right? I mean, it's used everywhere. It's best simple setups. I mean, just for somebody to have fun with, it's the way to go.
Burnouts and ice cream.
That's right.
Oh, here's good ones. I meant to ask these earlier. How are your sales over this whole COVID stuff over the last year? And how are your sales since the summit is carrying your lineup over the last, essentially almost the same amount of time? I think they started selling your stuff around August, and then COVID was bad right into the new year, like 4 months later, 6 months later.
Yeah, I mean, COVID really didn't do much to the auto industry for some reason, right? I mean, within the auto parts industry, the only thing is the lack of supply, right? So most of the manufacturing aspects is supply constraints, right? So just getting the product out to us, to the various vendors, whatever, and me getting the product out to the dealers and getting stuff out, right? So there's delays on that aspect. But for sales wise, I mean, last year did stimulus again, right? They gave a lot of people money. Not everyone got it, but there's a lot of people that did get it. They did buy kits. I mean, April last year was a big year for us as well. There, when of course March, when we got back from Texas 2K, we came back, and then no spectators there and everything else of COVID last year, and when we got back, I mean, sales were still whatever, people, didn't wear their mask, whatever, all this other jazz, everything else. And all of a sudden when that stimulus hit, I mean, sales just took off. I mean, every day, I mean, we used to get an order for a kit, everything, right? And then they just carried on for the whole rest of the year. And with Summit aspect, I mean, with Summit, it's grown, yes, but quantity wise and everything else, it's been consistent. They are one of the larger dealers on our network, of course. But there's also some smaller guys that are doing just, I mean, they're selling product daily as well, right? So, I mean, giving credit to the normal mom and pop shops that are around on our market that are selling the VS product is doing an excellent job, right? I mean, they're servicing the customer, getting the product out, and delivering the, in a timely fashion. But currently this year, it's just supply constraints. Just getting supply of everything is the biggest hassle, right? Right now, I mean, there's a lot of guys. There's probably over 25 guys waiting on Bosch injectors right now for us to either flow them and or get them out the door. EV6s and EV1 units. I mean, they've been back ordered now for almost a whole month, a little past a month, probably since February, end of February, that we haven't had Bosch 210s in those two fitments. And just trying to get Bosch to even send us the quantity that we asked for, it's taking forever. And it's just, they keep telling us COVID restrictions, this, that, they can't manufacture enough to supply everyone, right? I mean, they don't care about me as a small business or a small shop selling maybe 500 pieces of injectors per month or whatever, right? They cater more to the OEMs, right? Because they're going to make a ton more money on the OEM aspect, building injectors for the OEM market than they do for these aftermarkets, or not really aftermarket, because truly they're a CNG core, right? And there's not many CNG setups on the market. So getting that product, they don't really care about it as a high priority in their assembly line. And the same thing goes for Siemens now. We just ran out of the EV1s and the EV6s, like I explained earlier. It's just, there's no capacity in their networks to manufacture the injectors because Siemens also, VDO Siemens, right? The Continental is the parent company. And they just don't care about the aftermarket and trying to get the product out to the actual dealers across the network. And it's just a hassle right now, but we're dealing through it the best we can. And growth wise, I mean, last year we did excellent, and this year we're on pace to beat last year. So can't complain.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm echoing bad again. If you want to mute me.
Yeah, I don't hear the echo as bad. So it happens sometimes.
Where was? Well, this one's kind of dumb. Like, how many people keep buying new turbos but never mount them on their project car? Is that me?
No, I mean, there's guys. I mean, we had a customer call in the other day. I mean, he bought a 78, 75 last year and just installed it recently, and then he had some questions about it. So I mean, that's over 6 months. I mean, there's guys that buy it and then they run into issues. I mean, COVID's out right now, right? People get sick. I mean, there's a lot of different things could happen to somebody when they're trying to assemble anything. But there's customers that have problems. I mean, but there's also guys that like want it now, and then oh yeah, we want it by the weekend because we're going to install it on the weekend and we're going to go try to go racing. And then there's guys like that. And there's also guys that like Matt said, he likes to put a project together in less than 30 days. Like he built some of them, some even in 2 weeks. I think a couple older setups that he put together with friends in 2 weeks time period, right? So, I mean, it's just a matter of what you have available resource-wise to you and what's going on in your personal life, really, that makes that determination.
Oh, someone. Did I mute? Oh, no, I'm not muted. So if someone asked the question, they paid money, so we're going to throw them in first. And we answered this a little bit, but we're going to recap because he paid $5. Twin or single entry turbine housings for max power, like divided and undivided? And then does it help lower EMAP, or does it help transient response, or does it really matter? Thanks.
I mean, in our testing and in all those situations, the divided housing is a better product in how you have it set up. But right now, there's guys that are just running open logs that are T4 or T6 open housings that are connected to divided. Is it going to have any flow difference? No, not really when you do a open to divided, right? But if you do a fully pulse divided, it's going to spool faster for you. Transient response is going to be better. You will see it if you do that. So that is one of the benefits. I mean, a lot of the import guys, when they do the smaller series stuff, they keep asking me for divided, like my 67, 66. I don't offer it in divided, but they want it in divided. I just got no need because we sell that as a primary for twin guys. And the LS guys, like an open manifold for the each header on a twin setup. So it's a little different there, but it is beneficial on the divided if you do a fully pulse hot side, 100%.
So we have what I wanted to throw in here is a guy ProFlow717 wrote, I had the OG GT45 last year on my 4.8, and it was super laggy, but it was my first turbo car, so it was awesome. I maxed it out in a month, and I jumped over to the Gen 2.5 billet 7875, and it's a light switch compared to the GT45. And that's exactly what I tell people, and I'm not a salesman for you, but I'm like, they don't understand the enjoyment, how much better. They're like, man, turbos are so laggy. No, that turbo is awful. It's just awful. But like I said, it's the whole made boost, don't care. But I'm like, once you realize that that turbo will make 0 to 20 pounds in a quarter second, and the GT45 takes 2.5 seconds to get to 10, you're going to feel it. You're going to really be like, and then on top of that, the 2.5 Gen 2.5 billet probably make 900 wheel fairly easily.
100%. I mean, if you do one with the 125, yeah, it'll do it. But if you do it with 9.6, I mean, you go back to that 800 mark where the old turbo really went, right? The only thing you gained in the Gen 2.5 with the new setup is, of course, going to the larger compressor cover, which flowed a little bit better than the old cover did.
Oh, here's a good one from, we're going to throw him in early, always has good questions. Calvin Nelson. He goes, how do you come up with the rated horsepower for each turbo on the website? Is it compressor limits, turbine limits, etc.? Are the rated horsepower levels in crank or wheel horsepower?
They're rated at flywheel is what we rate them at. It's going to be flywheel rated. So crank horsepower is where it's at, not rear wheel. So everything is going to be based on a V8 applications where I base my turbos on because that's where our primary clientele is. So on a V8, of course, let's say we have like a 80 millimeter with the 87 by 82. So it's rated at 1150 horsepower. We're seeing roughly in a V8 application, we hit right around 900. So, I mean, that's where it is. That's where we primary, rate our setups. They're all going to be based on that level there. The biggest thing that I don't personally have and I wish I did have is the ability to have compressor maps available for the turbos. That's, I mean, even the smaller turbo businesses out on the market, they just don't have the ability to do so. It's too cost prohibitive for us to have maps on everything. Just to get the equipment, the necessary stuff that we need to do that is just so much that most of the smaller companies, we just can't do it. The larger companies, I mean, now it's consolidation in the market right now, of course, with Wabtec owning Turbonetics, and then, of course, Precision now, with them having the ability. They don't even provide the compressor maps either, right? And they're a big company, so that's kind of interesting, right? They're the ones that don't do it. Then you got Borg as being a big company, and they do it. And then you got Garrett as well doing it. And that's the pretty two of the primary ones that do offer that, at least Garrett being actually doing both sides of the equation, right? So they're doing the turbine map as well as the compressor map. And most other companies are just not, we just don't have the money to get it done. And that's something I wish I could do. I just can't, I mean, is the problem.
I would say it's faster. There's an expectation of what you're getting, and it's faster for people to put them on the car and test them and then exactly know how it's going to do than it is to map it and wonder and be unsuccessful in that map anyway, in my opinion. It's faster to just throw it on something and is it better? Is it worse? And then application specific. If a 6-liter has less back pressure, makes more horsepower, but then you already know where it is in relation to the other product line way faster than actually scientifically mapping it.
Yeah, but then I mean, they have these boost calculators now, right? With the drop down menu and showing up, it's how to select a turbo and stuff. I mean, I had one customer fill it out and he put a 6 liter in there, and then they're telling him to buy a GT35. Is that correct? Probably not, right? I mean, but why is it telling them that? Because it's looking at the map and it has enough flow, but is the turbine right? Something doesn't add up right there. So, I mean, I had to give them the information because there's no way it would make that power. It's just not possible on a 62 millimeter turbine on a 6 liter, and he's asking it to make over 900. Is it possible? I have never seen it. If it does, I mean, that's a unicorn turbo, right? I mean, it's the best thing. I would love to have one if I could.
Yeah,
And that's the problem. I mean, there's so many things out there, and there's a lot of misinformation as well, right? I mean, you see it. There's so much stuff out there on the internet. People just try to, put wrong information on. They're not really wrong. They just never learned the information, right? They never did their own testing. They never looked at anything and got the details of, what can work and what cannot work. I mean, just putting a turbo on there, and we've tested it. We know what works and what doesn't work and what can work on an application just by doing trial and error and learning, what's possible. That's how we found out like the 92 110, right? I mean, we were starting to get all the data on the 92 110s, and that's how we found there's an issue, right? So we had to go to the drawing board, and then we figured out, hey, this works now. Because I mean, we got one of those new units over to Tim over there, put it on the same setup he had the old one, and now it makes all the way up to 13 something easily, and still have plenty of room. So there's things like that we learn over time and trying to figure out, what works and what doesn't.
Well, here's a like application specific, but you might be able to answer it. He says, my current setup has twin billet 369s. Is it worth upgrading to 7875 Gen 3s on a Forge 6.0 with LSA heads? My goals are high 7s and ice cream burnout machine.
I mean, I don't know if you want to take a look at like Chris Moore's setup. He's on a 427, if I'm not mistaken, with twin 7875s. He's running our next gen 7875s, stick shift car, of course, trapping a little over 197, I think, almost 200. I think he's done 200, if I'm not mistaken, and down at another event. But in Texas 2K, he did 196. I ran a 740, if I'm not mistaken, 196. And then, I mean, went to the finals with those units. So that is a big increase going from a S369 to 7875. That's a big difference in power output, considerably. You're going from a setup that's making roughly around 1,300 to a setup that's now capable of around 1,700, and if you go with the right housing selection.
Well, this guy asks one that we probably know already, but it says a Gen 2, 2.5, or 3 billet 7875 or a VS S475. Well, we all know that the S475 paved the way, but any one of those Gen 1 billet will just completely annihilate an S475.
And in a smaller footprint, right? So you don't have the big 5-inch downpipe and all that jazz.
It's like this big. It's take two of your fists. That's the size of the turbo compressor, exhaust. It's super. Whenever you show somebody one of those, they're like, huh? And I'm like, yeah, 800 horsepower. And then like a Gen 2 with the little bit bigger 4-inch downpipe, I'm like 900 plus rear wheel. And they're like, I'm like on a V8 too, not like a 2J or a Honda or whatever. That actually brings us into our next question, which is from Hunter. And he says, what's the most power you've ever seen from the 6262 or the 6762 in twin configuration?
6262 is going to be limited roughly right around that 1,000 mark is where we normally see them. 1,000, I think it was 1028 in a combination on a 5.3. He didn't really push him any further. That's where he limited him, and that's what he liked. Then we got a couple customers on 6.0s running the 67, 62. But it also depends on the AR housing you select as well, right? We have the dual V-band 101s. So if you go with the 101, it has the max capability wise, then, stick to something like the 83 or the 82 T4, right? So it all depends on selection. Capacity wise, you're probably around on a 6.0, 1150 to that 1,200 mark on a 101 housing on a 67, 62.
I did a not that long ago, I did a fifth gen Camaro with a 427 TSP motor, and he had
Mhm.
like precision. I think they were 66 or smaller, somewhere around 60 some millimeters, and on like relatively low boost, it made 850. I think on like 13 pounds. That was actually a Terminator. He integrated a Terminator into a fifth gen,
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, and it was a 1LE car with low miles, so he just like ruined it. It was we were laughing about it so much. It had like 30,000 miles, and it was just like Terminator and tore up and had no hood. And people might recognize. I posted a video and stuff of it, and on like 17 pounds, it made 1215. I was like, damn. He's like, I want to make around 1,000 because it has its stock TR6060 and the stock diff. And he's like, I'm gonna shatter the diff in the trans, so I want to be right around 1,000 till my 9-inch center section and whatever else comes in. And I was like, oh man, we barely tried and it made like 1215. And he's like, yeah, I'm done. I can go home now. Bye. Uh, where was? Let me go back up here. Oh, have you always been a car guy?
Oh, always been. I mean, since high school. I mean, I mean before that. I mean, since playing with Hot Wheels back in the day. I mean, just anything with cars, anything with tinkering. I broke my leg. I was trying to imitate my dad. Trying to jack up a car, and I dropped a brick when I was a kid, and damaged my leg. That was like, oh, shoot, I was like 4 at that time, I think, 3 or 4. And that's what my mom says. I was working, trying to be like him and jacking it up. And, you putting the like I was playing with my car and then I dropped a brick instead of trying to get the thing to line up at an angle. And it was stupid. But ever since, I mean, I've always done it. It's been the same thing always. I enjoyed it. But trying to give back is what I'm trying to be all about now these days. I mean, giving back to the younger generation, trying to get them more involved. I mean, everything I see, even my kids, they have a bad habit as well. I mean, these days all they have is iPads and technology and everything else in front of them, but they don't get their hands as dirty anymore, right? So just trying to get people to go out there, have fun with it, right? I mean, eventually all this ICE engines, I mean, they're saying EPA, right? This is another big topic in the industries, this EPA crap that we have to deal with. Yes, it's something coming and it's going to take hold very shortly. I mean, there's a lot of companies getting nailed right now because of all this stuff and tinkering with this and that with emissions, right? So, uh, it's just I would like to continue that because I mean I don't know what's going to happen to the next generation. We don't know. I mean I probably won't live that long anyway after this. All this stuff that I do stupid stuff. So, uh, but it's just I mean I don't know how it is because we don't know. And the ICE engine, I want it to continue, but I don't know how much longer it can be. We don't even know how long the LS platform is going to manage, right? I mean, we got the new generation stuff now, direct injection. We're limited on direct injection capacity wise. We're going to try to find, adding additional injectors, adding additional setups, trying to add the fuel that we need to make the power we want, right? So there's a lot of stuff that we got to figure out and how we're going to do it because they're going to start asking a lot of questions why we're doing it and if it's going to affect the emissions and if we're going to, bypass this and everything else. I mean, right now I know I've seen all the diesel guys. I saw these posts the other day about exhaust and catalytic stuff and everything else. So it's a nightmare.
Well, I have. Sorry. This guy says cheers from Montreal. That's all he says, but he donated me $5, so I gotta get a
Ooh,
shout out to him. And then
gotta love the Canadians.
another guy here, he threw $5 and he says, elaborate on your next gen 88103 a bit. Would you say 1200 tire, flat top piston 5.3, high ram, E85 glide?
Oh, easy. That should do it easy. Not a problem at all. On the 88103 next gen, that will do it there, hands down, no problem. Hands down. I mean, on a 5.3, you should have no problem trying to make that power, even through a glide.
Yeah, and then the other guy that asked a bunch of questions, he says, "Tell him thank you from me for the awesome products and always helping when we call and email about stuff we should already know."
Now we do get some customers. Yeah, I get some emails. I mean, we do get complaints as well, right? So we're not 100% perfect. So I can't guarantee everything, but we strive for our customer service. I mean, I try to answer as much as I can and get people, feedback. There's Brian, he helps out as well, answering questions and getting, people taken care of. We just, do the best we can with what we have available to us and, try to make the product the best we can for the best price possible. Because I mean, I know a lot of people are saying it's starting to get expensive on the VS Racing line, right? I mean, we have to raise some prices as we develop stuff in house and newer stuff, newer type of products. It's just going to get pricier because we have to start. It's manufactured differently than the old, 80 millimeters and stuff like that. But it's still trying to be as affordable as the best we can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, someone asked, oh no, that one's not good. Anyway, I was gonna ask it, and then I'm like reading ahead. I'm like, no, not yet. So a lot of us look at the several-year-old "Don't BS Me" Sloppy Stage 2 build videos and go, "I want that. Let's call Veren." What is it you probably have to tell every caller to update them on the current state of the art to catch them up? I mean, that's a pretty easy answer if you can tackle.
Yeah, I mean, right now the base kit, right? We still have there's no GT45s anymore because Matt hates the GT45 right now, right? So no more GT45s. I don't even keep any of the discharge flanges that people need, right? The oddball 3 1/4. I ran out and I don't even keep any more stock. So I need to actually take that off the site. It's been up there. People have been still trying to buy it, but whatever. I need to take and fix that. The other thing is CAS 7875 has already been updated. Base package, good product. Easiest thing to do, 700, 750, somewhere in that range, you're good to go. Next step above that, Don't BS Me Bill, would be the 1118 package, which is the 7875 with the 9.6 housing billet, and that's going to be the Gen 2.596 in that package, right? And then one step above that, you'll have the Gen 2.5 with the 125 housing, and then of course you have the next gen package, and then you also have the 80s, etc., that you can choose from as well. So I mean, there's a lot of different options, but technically for Don't BS Me, you need to look at the CAS 7875 or the next gen, and not next gen, sorry, the Gen 2.5 packages, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I think another thing people don't realize. Ooh, another thing people don't realize is it's modular. You can get the kit and then ask for any turbo, and that's just a simple price change. It's not, you don't have to
Yep.
buy the off-shelf complete thing. And people, I guess, don't realize they can call you and just piecemeal, and they can be like, when I get stuff from you, like you have a blow off valve in the package, and I'm like, throw it in the trash, feed it to some, throw it out for some cats in a trash bin or something. So I don't want it, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think they can. Someone else here says like, will there be an updated Den Bob kit? There's like 7 different kind. Like it's almost hard to list them all. You've stopped really listing the modifications because, like we just said, you can call and throw any turbo
Yeah, there's
on
too
that.
many packages. I mean, we can do upgraded intercoolers. We have smaller piping sizes, 2.5, and then like for your Colorado build, we put that package together with the upflow intercooler, right? So it's a different intercooler package, costs a little bit more money on the upflow, but it can be packaged together in a kit.
I think they're missing that you have everything, so you can couple. So if someone wants like a same side flow intercooler, like
Yeah,
left side or right, you have that. If you want vertical flow, like I had, like weird inlet outlet, you can get that. If you want a precision 80 millimeter, you can get that. Like it doesn't.
yep.
It's
It doesn't. It doesn't bother. I mean, we carry quite a bit. We try to keep a lot of the normal packages available, right? Because I mean, that's what people order. Is going to be the normal 78, 75s, all that stuff. We try to keep them out and get them out the door as fast as we can. I mean, we've been a little bit slower, like I said, due to the inventory constraints, but things are starting to balance out, and we're trying to get things back to, with if you order a kit today, it'll be at your house probably within 4 days. right? So that's what we want to try to strive for, because we're in the middle of the country, right in Texas. We should be able to go to both sides of the coast on east and west within 3 days, right? So that's what we try to go for.
Yeah, and then I forgot to mention Dario from House of Boost. He said way early on, like, thanks for making affordable products for everybody, because he obviously does a lot of it too.
Oh man, I mean I mean he does a lot, and we send him a lot of stuff over there too. And then of course he's in Canada over there, right? So I mean he has a little struggle with import duties is the biggest problem with him. But I mean he sends it to the border and stuff, just like some other guys, and tries to get it over as best cost effective. I mean the problem with Canada is just the duties that they pay.
Yeah.
I mean we even it's just ridiculous that they have to deal with all that stuff. It's not open free trade, guy. They got to pay the duty and tax.
This is something I was joking about this many times on the dyno. People often ask about when will periwinkle intercooler pipe be available again.
Oh my.
I don't think we should
That
explain
was
the
scratching
joke.
that stuff, man. You didn't even want it. And then I said, man, it's sitting over here in the shelf, but it looks very odd. You know, I'm looking at it and saying, man, this doesn't look blue. It looks something like, okay, but that's it. Go ahead, send it me it. I'll take it. No worries. And so send it over to him. And then it became the craze because he put it in everything.
I think
But
that's
I don't think we'll ever get a blemished set like that ever again because it was the oddball blue. That's for sure.
I think some people might not know the explanation, so I'll go over it quick. I frequently, when I start a project, I ask Veren, I go, what do you have that you can't sell? What do you have that's dented or ruined that you can't really return and can't really use? So a bunch of times he will give me a box of like 5 returned, disassembled, broken wastegates, and I will make a few that work, 1, 2, or 3. And then intercoolers, he's like, I got an intercooler here with a dent the size of someone's head in it. I go, that's mine. And you're like, I know you want that one. You're so weird. I know you want the dented intercooler. And so similarly, you said I have intercooler piping that was supposed to be blue, but it is this weird ass purple color. And I'm like, man, I want that. I want weird purple piping. And I got it, and I'm like, man, this stuff it's a periwinkle from like a crayon collection. It's periwinkle. And people were like, I don't want this because it's emasculating to have periwinkle intercooler piping. I'm like, I don't care. I think it's awesome. And yeah, I put it on the Colorado originally, and I've put it on most recently my 2006 2500 had periwinkle piping in it. And people are always like, where do I get that? And I'm like, it was a once off product he couldn't even sell. No one wanted it. So I got it because no one wanted it. And then frequently, yeah, I'll get stuff from you that's blem or damaged or whatever. It's funny, like, you would think that's just how strange I am. So if I could get anything I wanted, I would ask for the nicest thing you have, right? And I'm like, no, what do you have in the garbage can that, give me that. And yeah, so that's the periwinkle people are asking about that now I created a accidental craze for periwinkle. All right. And then where was another good one? Oh, so this one's Veren, why do you sell cheap turbos and race GTRs? We know you used to play with Hondas, and have you ever done a sloppy SBE LS build of your own?
Yes, on the LS build, I have did an Apache 56 LS swapped truck. That was fun. It worked really well. Didn't turbo it or anything, but just doing the swap and everything else. That was pretty interesting. For Honda stuff, I don't mess with it anymore. I mean, there's not much. They used to have a EK hatch that we used to race, turbo VTEC motor in it. Back then, of course, we didn't have turbo selection like we do now. So a lot of stuff. I mean, when I raced in 99, 2000 timeframe there, 2001 range, we didn't have technology. I ran a Speed Pro ECU. You had to boot your computer in DOS. Tuning in wasn't fun, right? But it worked because that's what we had available, and we didn't have the new greatest thing like we do now, where it's touch screen, 3.5 inch, touch a couple buttons, boom it up, boom, it's done, and it's ready to roll. And you don't even need a laptop, right? You can load that tune right from that 3.5 inch touchscreen, plug in your injector information, pop it up, boom, done. I mean, what else do you need? I mean, It's crazy. But I mean, in the GTR, well, I mean, I raised GTR is I bought it in what 2011. I thought it was just be a family car, you know. I go out cruising the week or whatever, and then I did stupid stuff, and then I wanted to go faster, and then I ruined it, I guess you could say. And now it's a two chassis car, and it's changed everything because I want to do rear wheel drive now and a big 9-inch floating setup in the back, Turbo 400, and runs our turbos on there. People said I didn't run my own turbos. Yes, because Comp sponsored me at first, right? So that was a big controversy why I didn't run mine. Yeah, they sponsored me a set. I mean, am I going to take it? Yeah, I'll test them out and see how I liked it. It did well. We made good power. A spool faster than what T1 had on their setup originally on the boss's car on his boss or whatever T1's boss, and you know he said it worked. He said go ahead and use them. I mean, if you already got them, use them. So I said okay, I'll run it, and then I ran that, and then now of course, I mean we run our own on there. Has a pair of our 85s on there right now, and we're gonna see what we can do with it coming here soon.
So people just, whoa, sorry. People just love to complain about anything they can. So I remember when people started bringing that up immediately, they're like, you know, Veren doesn't even run his own turbos. I'm like, he's sponsored. I don't know. Yeah, they don't get it either. Like, yeah, they'll just say whatever they can. So they'll just dig up the next thing they can, whatever. But yeah, people had asked about your GTR, like, because some people know that you were pro modding it.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so it's almost at the end of that journey. We talked about it early on, and a lot of people are starting to do that. I always call you the originator.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's one. I mean, that they completed. It's rear wheel drive, but it's still running a GR6 trans in there still. So
Yuck.
he technically can fit into classes still. I don't. I just run exhibition, and I can fit if we go to a GTR event, right? Whatever. But if I go running at lights out or wherever I'm going to take the car to, I can go run anywhere. I'll have the ability to do so, right? So I'm going to put it on a 275 and see what we can go to get done.
This is one that I've been entertaining a bunch recently. With someone says 87 octane in a turbo LS. Will it make any power? And I had asked about it. People ask all the time, and I said you could tune around it, and it's not really an issue. And what other people had said was they're already doing it. A bunch of guys on Sloppy Private were like, I already do it. I just, Dario has a dually with a Turbo LS in it. He's like, I tow with it on 87. And that's one thing I kick back and forth is setting one up and obviously it's going to be less horsepower, but if
Oh
you
yeah, by far.
consider it might add 150 horsepower on relatively low boost, that's nothing to be, that's not like, oh, that's awful to have the swing of power, especially if you have like a flex enabled OS with like a Terminator or something else. And if you put 87 in it, it'll make whatever. And if you put E85 in it, which is even less than 87 is now, you can pick up another 450 horsepower. Something like that. The flexibility is what's nice. And then people immediately jump down people's throat like this, and they're like, why do you want a turbo truck if you're going to run 87? Not realizing I had to come in and I'm like, guys, if you have a 40-gallon gas tank and you want 200 extra horsepower, why can't you run 87? Like, I have an EcoBoost F-150 2019 3.5 twin turbo. It runs on 87 and it makes phenomenal power, can tow a boat. It gets 18 miles per gallon in town, and it has the tow package, so it has a 40-gallon tank. So, do I really want to put 93 in that all the time? No. Does it make any more power with 93? No. So 87 and turbo does make sense, but manufacturers have been doing it forever. So why slam a guy on Sloppy that asks about it? But anyway,
Yeah, I know. I think Chris posted that about the other day about people asking for retunes to do the gas prices
yeah,
and everything. So it's pretty funny.
yeah, they went up like $1.50 overnight up
Oh my
here.
gosh. Yeah, it's crazy. Prices are skyrocketing on fuel cost.
Uh, what are pros and cons besides the cost of running two? Running a hot side merge right at the turbo flange or the wastegate? I don't know what that guy means. Running two versus one. Like again, we went over a lot of that. It's application specific,
Yep.
size, horsepower, race car, street car. You almost need to have someone that does it look at what you want to do and be like, bad idea or good idea. It's tough. It's like if you're an engineer, like you're a civil engineer, and someone's like, we want to put a walkway there, and the guy's like, water is going to flood it all the time. He just knows. So you almost, if you have to ask that question, you should have someone look, because it's completely dependent on setup and use case and everything else. Sorry, you have anything to add to that? Because I bulldozed.
Oh, no. That's the same thing, right? We went over it earlier, right? I don't know if he's talking about if you're, let's say if you take a merge, right, and you keep it fully divided, one left bank and one right bank, then yes, use two waste gates. But if you have a single pipe coming in, I mean, that can be determined on size. There's a lot of variations that you got to know. And that's what, I mean, you're saying, of course, is have somebody look at it. Just ask anybody. Just post your picture on Sloppy. Somebody will respond 100%. They might call you out and you're acting like an idiot or something and talk whatever, but you'll get a response.
This one's funny, like turbo size question too, which we all know the answer to. You and I are going to have to this. He goes, "What's the biggest T4 turbo to match to a fully forged 6-liter from Thompson? Stage 2 turbo cam, PRC heads, T56, 9-inch, no T4 at all. You should probably do two." He wants to get a next gen version 3 7875. Get two of those. Like what? How? With that kind of engine, what do you want? Like 1400 horsepower, eight. If you want 800 horsepower, you should just have a stock 4.8. I know I sound like I'm being mean when I say that stuff, but that's way over engine for a single T4. You should just slam.
Yep.
Yeah, like what do you want out of that? Especially if you want response. Like I know you're a fan and I'm kind of a fan. If you have a stick shift car and you want response on like a 6-liter like that, depending on compression and stuff, the 6973 Borg Warner S366 clone, 66, 69, 73s.
Yeah, 6673s or the 6973s, all S300 based stuff. I mean, that's good for twins, 100%.
For a twin
Yeah.
turbo stick shift car, and then that'll make, you could probably turn it back on relatively low boost to like almost 600, and then probably 1300 rear wheel.
Yep.
And I mean, if that isn't attractive, I don't know what to tell you. That should have at least an S480, and an S480 would probably cap out sooner than you would want on a completely built 6-liter.
Yeah, that's completely built. I would even go bigger. I mean, I would look at like our next gens or something like that, like a 88. It depends on his power goal, right? We don't know. He didn't post what his power goal was. He just wants to stay at a T4, right? So if he's staying at a T4, I would not recommend even the Gen 3.
Bad
Just
idea.
asking for trouble. Yeah, it's not right. Unless you're doing twins. Yeah, if you're asking for twins, 100%, you're good to go.
That's why I wanted to cover the base of T4 is okay if you have twins, but a single
Yeah.
7875 on a built 6.0 is a total waste of time and money. Not to be offensive, it just is. That's like buying like my wife has a SRT8 Jeep. It's like buying that to like do something totally useless with it. Like not at all, that you could have just had like a Civic do. So that's a hard line to. I started with something and it ended up awful. So just accept that, people. I'm sorry. Oh, funny. Chris Ortiz. He probably has never heard you in person. I don't know. He goes, Veren sounds so American.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up here my whole life, right? So it's like,
I was gonna say, like,
yeah.
because
So, I mean, been here in Dallas area now, what, 30, well, 40, what am I, 40, 41 years in Texas. So it's all Americanized for me. I mean, I went to school here, everything. So it's just like second nature. I don't know anything else, right? So I've never been anywhere else. Always been in Texas. I mean, I grew up in a small city here in the Dallas area, Garland, Texas. That's where I started the hobby. There was an import shop that was about 15 minutes from my house. And that's where the bug started. I mean, Joe Tech Motorsports, I mean, they're a local company here. They did back in the day, they were racing Civics and stuff. I mean, when I was there, they didn't even have the race Civic and everything. We were just messing around with cars that we had laying around kind of deal. Because my first car was the Mazda 6 Turbo, the 2.2. There was in there, and I built my own manifold. I mean, I figured it out. I said, hey, this is pretty easy to weld. I mean, you stick some things together, stick some stuff here and there. Hey, I can do something, man. And hey, I learned it in some school. They taught me how to do it, and I started to do to build something. And then I sourced this old turbo I found and put it on there, even upgraded because the old one was the IHI. I don't know if you ever seen those old IHIs from the old 2.2 Mazdas. They're very small, not very big. I mean, the car made like 200 horsepower back then, which was a lot. Then, I mean, then we had clutch problems and everything else, just like everybody back then. And of course, we didn't have parts. We had to fix and try to figure out where to go get stuff.
That was funny. Chris goes, he's lying. 40 years. He's not a day over 25.
Uh, nah, too old, man. Getting too old. Two kids already, man. They're growing so fast. Everything. That's why I try to be like what Arnie said, man. Just spend my time with the family. Last week is the biggest thing is just trying to get away from VS racing and take care of the family aspect. Because I mean, right now I spend quite a bit of my days there every day, coming home at 6 o'clock, and then trying to get stuff here at the house. And I try to do the best I can. And it gets tough.
Yeah, you have to. Well, I just like blew out your mic, but you got to have that disconnect. I know you're a super hard worker, so you got to have that time to turn it off at least to do stuff for yourself.
Decompress or do something, right? I mean, that's why I like the drag racing aspect. When we go to the track, I mean, don't usually answer my phone. Sometimes I do, and I still help customers, right? Still call because I mean, we have the 1-800 number now, right? You can call that. It goes through the prompts and all that jazz. If nobody answers, it gets routed to my cell phone automatically, so I can figure out whatever is needed and get things done. But I mean, I just like to get out and do things like GTR World Cup. It was relaxing. I don't know about you. I mean, I'm not doing anything much. It was fun just to go watch and look and just hang out with the people and everything else. Even at Texas 2K, same situation. I mean, this year, of course, getting fans back in the stands and getting people out there and start growing the trend again, or else we won't have any places to race anymore. Would be another thing, right? I mean, if nobody shows up, nobody's going to do. I mean, then it's a risk we take on the streets, which people do. I mean, there's nothing against it. It's just it's dangerous, and we try to be as safe as possible.
Oh, here's well, I always have to like start talking here and then move in because of like the reverb. The Chris Ortiz and John Martin had asked earlier, and I forgot. It just reminded me now. He says, "Can you speak Chinese?" Because
No,
of the.
cannot.
I think you have a guy though that does it for you.
Yep, 100%.
You told me
Because I mean,
before.
I won't be. I won't be able to communicate with them. I mean, at all. So I mean, they're English. Some of the worker aspect, yeah, they don't understand what you're saying at all. But if you communicate with the proper translation of the guys that actually handle my account and everything else, yeah, they can tell you whatever you need, when your product's going to arrive, handle all that good stuff. Not an issue.
Because Chris Ortiz says, enough playing around, I have an actual question. Where would one start having something manufactured overseas? And I said, maybe, I know right away, he could ask you about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know Joey did as well. I helped him out with his imported logs, and I told him, this is what we need to get done. He followed through that process, and I mean, he gets the product, and he does his own logo on it, of course, after the fact, and getting all that stuff sorted, cleans them up the way he wants to present the product to the customer, puts them in his boxes, all that good stuff. Turns out it's good product, right? I mean, a lot of guys use that imported log and it's affordable product because we brought it in at a good price point for them. Everything else, it's just who out there because there's so many, right? I mean, you can just go look. There's so many different manufacturing aspects out there, and you might hit the jackpot, you might not, and you might come up with a product that might wear out prematurely.
And then someone just asked, and I'll just say again because it's always like the same answer. It's a nice one to give people all the time. And he said, Oh, what is a good size turbo for a stock long block, small block Ford that has alphabet cam junk? Basically, always wanted to turbo something that isn't a 4-cylinder. Again, 7875 billet is like the best thing since sliced bread. It literally is. It would rock out on a 5 liter. You'd be able to easily swing 4 to 800 horsepower, split the block wide open, good response, everything. Like it'll get you going and it'll get it demolished. Like it has that swing. So, and then okay, what's a good one here? Where did I see it? Gen 1 7875 question. Can you take a cast turbo and upgrade it to the billet? And
Yes,
would it
100%.
would it have the same specs as an off-shelf billet?
Yes, that would be 100% correct. You can use the covers the same, everything's the same. Difference is the wheel design, right? But the problem, however, is there's no Gen 1s left anymore, right? So parts wise, I can't get you the cover to drop right in or anything like that because the Gen 2.5 is a little different aspect of it.
So that was his.
But a Gen 2.5 cast and a Gen 2.5 billet, let's say if you bought a cast now for the $399 price, right, which is the new one, you technically could swap to a Gen 2.5 billet just buying the cartridge. Yes, 100%.
That's mind-blowingly cheap to me when I hear that like a Gen 2 cast is like $399. People have no idea, right? Like what, 16 years ago it was $850 to buy a Master Power 76.
100%. We used to sell them for $799.
Oh, hurts my feelings. What was that, a 7665?
76, 68. Yeah, the Q trim you used to buy there. Yeah.
Garbage can for that much money. But I mean, literally, that was like next step was $1,300 for something.
Yeah, we didn't have choices. I mean, we were limited back then. I mean, the most affordable turbo was the Master Power at that time.
Yeah. Other people, yeah, someone commented, I'd love to see 87 octane. It's something my next turbo build, I would love to do a little poking on 87. Even I had asked in there when I made the thread about it, I was like, is there anyone local that would be willing to put 87 in and us mess around with your tune? Because it's going to be very straightforward. There's going to be a point where it wants like single digit ignition and doesn't make any power relatively easily. But would the gain be good enough? But then, like I said, if you have a truck or something, 150 extra horsepower isn't nothing. So it's relative, but someone's asking about blow off valves, which is like there's a whole math to that, but we can see what you say. You know more than I do. I'd never run them. Should a blow off valve be open or shut at idle? Is the billet next gen 7875 1 too small for a cam and springs 6.0? I mean, those are.
I mean, normally on a cam and spring 6.0, I like to go T6. I mean, I stated that across the footprint, right? I mean, it's the proper thing to do. But if you already have the hot side T4, why spend money, right? So yes, if you got the hot side in T4 and you're stuck, go with the largest T4 that you can find. I mean, in that situation, the 7875 is one option, or the larger T4s that we offer, of course. For blow off valve is dependent on vacuum, right? So it's the inverse of the wastegate. It's going to be vacuum based to pull it open and pull it shut, right? So when positive pressure hits it, when it's connected to the intake manifold through the vacuum line, right? So in a situation, it's supposed to be closed at idle. Now the VS Racing blow off valves, of course, Gen 2, if you have a Gen 2, would have a 16 inches of vac spring in it pre-installed. We also include a lower vac spring, which is going to be 12 inches. So if you don't fall in that range, it can be open, and that's what's going to cause that problem. But as soon as you get into boost, it shuts anyway, so it doesn't even matter really. But if you're in a MAF setup, then it does matter, right? So you can't have unmetered air in a MAF type of tube that you're going to have set up. But speed density, not a big deal.
And someone had a good one right here to add to that. Do you have an objection to a T4 to T6 adapter like I ran on my Colorado?
We make a good adapter now that has the bolts and everything else that we sell with it. I mean, it works. Is it ideal? Loses a little bit. It's not the best solution, but if you want to run a T4 to T6, I mean, you can. It's just, is it going to flow the best as a T6? No. But is it going to still make power? Yes. And you're still going to be happy 100%. And you still have an enjoyable setup, of course.
Oh, someone just asked here like a couple quick random ones. He goes, "Can you debunk a bunch of turbo myths? Like journal bearing spools faster, ball bearing is best, no blow off valve will break stuff." Like what are the most
Journal
common
bearing of, go ahead. Sorry, what was the question
Oh no,
again?
I mean
You
like what
said?
are the most common myths or stupid things you hear people say that are untrue or regurgitated, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, like the blow off valve. I mean, it can work either way, right? You got a tube that's connected to the intake, right? So when you shut that tube, where's the air going to go? It's going to go right into the compressor blade. We all know that, right? So blow off valve is there for a reason. It works. It's helped to alleviate that pressure. So I mean, I like to use them. Helps with compressor surge there aspect wise, but some guys don't, right? I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but eventually it's going to wear the thrust out on the setup, of course. The journal versus ball situation. I mean, the ball bearing is a superior product because you do have the ability to support it on the thrust, the capability wise, better than a journal would. Especially like on the larger series stuff. I mean, the larger you go, small series stuff, the transient response is far superior on a ball. I mean, it's the nature. You do hear guys say journal on some stuff, and it's there's so many myths out there that people talk and claim. I mean, even like some of the comp oilless stuff, right? I mean, some of that stuff they're saying you can go 10,000 miles before regreasing, and then you see some people say, "Hey, I didn't even get 2,000 miles out of the oilless setup, and I'm having problems and stuff," right? So I mean, there's so much stuff out there. It's crazy, and there's too many things that people post and discuss. But in all reality, I mean, you just pick that. You need to just state your goals, pick a product, and go have fun, man. It's all about getting out there and doing something. Because I mean, if you keep waiting, you're never going to get anything done. I mean, there's too many people like that. There's waiting for builds that are sitting around for years and years and years and not getting finished, right? I mean, Matt's showing people, hey, this is simple. I mean, there's a process. LS is already figured out by thousands of people. I mean, not just Matt. I mean, there's other tuners out there. I mean, there's tons of people that already got the platform figured out. There's already packages. Pick something and go. Enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I say that all the time. I'm not the first and I'm not going to be the last, but I might be the loudest, most annoying. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's there's so much. I mean, you just need to do it. I mean, without getting it done, it's not fun. I mean, I don't get it. To spend all that money and then not have fun with it. I mean, it's harsh.
that's
that's
what I
that's like that's GTR, right? I mean, spending all that money and I don't get to enjoy it right now. It's tough.
That's why I try to bring up like I buy the crappier vehicle and I buy whatever and I just you can take it somewhere and park it and not worry about someone door dinging you. Like that zero anxiety part of it is much more enjoyable to me. Like the I've done a lot of turbo trucks and oh that leads me into a question before I forget. A guy asked what's the best platform to like step into turbo LS and it's 2500 trucks. But we'll
Oh yeah, it
circle
comes with
back to that.
everything.
Remind me, guys, when I get off topic and I don't remember that I wanted to talk about Turbo 2500s. But yeah, similarly, like those trucks, like I just throw stuff in them, like pick up stone, like put servers in them, pick up mini bikes, pit bikes, engines, race it at the drag strip, do 1,000 foot burnout, like just be a jerk, drive over curbs, like it's nice to have something you don't have to worry about because people buy like they think what's nice or fun is like a C6 Corvette when they came out and like you curb rash a rim and you're like my life's over. I just rashed a rim on my C6 Corvette. Like I don't know. It's different for everybody, right? Some people enjoying a car is like rubbing it with a chamois cloth and then closing the garage door on it once a day. Not ever doing anything with it. Letting all the seals rot, everything dry, the oil separate. That's fine. At least they didn't drive it and get it dirty one day. But yeah. Oh, Turbo 2500s are the most fun you could ever have for the money, bar none, period. Best thing ever. I don't know how
Well,
many
that's
times.
yeah, that's a fact for sure because it comes with everything, right? It comes 6 liter already, 480. You're done, right? I mean,
And
what else do you need? Converter and some springs, retainers. No, not a spring retainers per se, but springs and your cam.
I did a truck just the other day that highlights the whole 2500 thing, and a guy uses it for like a daily, and he wants to put mileage on it, wants to drive it a lot and tow and everything. And he bought a Huron Speed complete hot side kit, and then he put your Gen 2 billet 7875 on it. And then I think he did decap injectors and like a bunch of simple things, and he put a 3-bar map on it, and it was '06, '05, '06 drive-by-wire P59. I did a speed density OS on it. It keys and drives like stock. It has a stock camshaft in it, but it has packed valve springs, and it made 498 on like 13 pounds, and it's a 4-wheel drive, 8 lug, 3/4 ton. Like we did nothing, and it made 500 wheel on pump. Like it was 13 pounds, 12 degrees, or something obnoxious. And yeah, like 500 wheel to the tire on a 3/4 ton with that. He essentially did nothing and hung a turbo and put decap stock injectors in it and made 500 rear wheel. Like, what a slap in the face that is to like cam, everything, like semi serious build. Because people are like, why would you do a stock camshaft? And he's like, why wouldn't he? He gets 20 inches of vacuum at idle. He gets decent mileage. He uses a stock converter. It doesn't want to stall or yank or ghost ride when you raise the idle. Like, there's a lot of that specifics people missed, but he obviously hit the mark on all of it. And then since he got a better turbo, Gen 2 billet 7875, it made incredible horsepower on low boost and hit all his goals. And the dyno chart looked like a triangle, but what people aren't getting is it has all that power under the curve. Stock cam and intake cars, of course, going to die at 5,000, but
Yeah, it doesn't pull that high.
yeah.
Yeah.
Someone says, I like the idea of a 2500, but I despise the fuel economy. Well, get a turbo Fox body then and make 850 and go 850s on the foot brake, and a lockup 480E Fox body with a sloppy stage 1 will get like 25 on the highway. I've done it. All of my turbo Fairmonts will get 25 miles per gallon on the highway. No problem. And it's literally a tissue box with a turbo from the 1980s. So, oh, he says they're heavy and they handle bad, blah blah blah. It's a you asked for entry level, guys. It's not a Lotus Elise. It's to make turbo noises. You can buy these trucks. I don't know if you guys live in different areas. In the Northeast, these Turbo 2500s are worth absolutely nothing. So, and this Frank Reyes guy is annoying the shit out of me right now. Do you sell or will you sell Siemens Deca 2500 injectors? I think he's asked it every 5 seconds for the last 20 minutes, and I'm about to mute him because he won't stop. Do you sell 2300s? Is that even a thing, or is it just a slightly...
It is.
Okay.
The
He
Siemens
has
Deca
to
makes
know, dude. He has to
I
know.
mean, the problem is it's limited supply. Siemens is always out of them. It's their 2200, right? So it's their high, low impedance injector is the problem, right? Not everybody can run a low impedance injector in their setup, right? So most guys run the Bosch because it's high impedance and works quite well. Versus the Siemens is a superior product over the Bosch because it's a truly, internal wise, it's not a CNG core, right? So it can handle all the different fuels better, but it's limited. But yes, we have access to them, but yeah, they are out of stock at Siemens. Don't have availability.
So you do sell them, but you can't get them.
Can't get them. They're always they're sell out so quick. I mean, we have availability when we do have them, we sell them. But right now there is no availability, so I have no access to them.
And then I'm sure they're going to ask what they cost.
If he's going to ask that, I don't even know offhand. So
I just wanted to cover the bases before he asks the 16th time in 5 minutes. Anyway. He says you need to support us four-cylinder guys. Any plans to expand the 750 horsepower, 30 psi product offerings with the GTX 3584 RS dual ball bearing, or any plans to offer Barra style turbos T3 with built-in wastegate? I have a T3 with a built-in gate from you, but probably not big enough like they're asking for.
No, but for the small import four cylinders, 3584 is pretty much the same thing as our 6762, right? So a 6762 is going to be the same combination as a 3584. A 3582 is the same thing as a 6262. So that's already available on aspect wise, right? But then for internally gated for the bar stuff, I don't have anything there. Now, if you go external gate, yeah, we can set you up with a lot of different combinations there. So I mean, that's tons of different options for you.
And then someone else is asking about rotaries. Which turbo would you recommend for a rotary, and how do your equivalents stack up against your competitors? But that's again like, what are you doing with the rotary? You know.
Yeah, it all depends, right? I mean, there's a couple of guys that down here in San Antonio that run the rotary and the two chassis style setups. I mean, he's using a big 94. Is that what you need? I don't know, right? Because you didn't tell me your goal or whatever. But in his setup, that's what he needed and that's what he wanted for his power goal and setup. But yeah, it just varies on your combination and what your goal is, because the rotary it's a different breed of a motor. It takes very similar to a big V8 almost. And it has a lot of drive pressure problems when you go too small.
So you would size it similar to like an LS if people have no clue, because
It's very, yeah. If people never had a clue, yeah, you would need to size something very similar to an LS because it's a different breed. Uh, it's a weird application how the rotary works, but when you understand it and figure out how what the exhaust side is and how much it flows quite a bit.
and then I guess he says, what's your equivalent turbo and what's your pricing aside? What do you have that's equivalent to a Garrett GT G42 is what he writes, and then a Borg Warner EFR 9180. Do you have stuff that's direct competitor for that?
I don't have anything in the EFR series, right? The board stuff or anything like in the same situation. But for a G42, that's similar to like a 78, 75, right? Or a 80 by 75 we sell as well. We'll have the 80 by 75s in all dual V bands and then T4. And the 78, 75, of course, has the three options as well, dual V band 9.6 and 125 divided T4. So we have options that are very similar.
Oh, well, Frank comes back and redeems himself here. He says he's used the 7875 and it works perfect for rotaries on the street.
Yeah, for the street setup, yeah, it'll work. But it just depends on what you're trying to do, right? We just needed the goal. So we know
Yeah.
what we're talking about.
I guess that's what we always try to push that on people. Like, what are you doing with it? Like the air conditioning thing I said earlier. Like, are you air conditioning a trailer or a warehouse? Because we need to know that before we tell you what size air conditioning you need. Are you in Texas? Are you in Pennsylvania? Are you in Phoenix, Arizona? You know. Says Veren needs to build a Fairmont.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. My wife says I got too many other projects that we got to work on.
Fairmonts are too expensive. Someone asked me the other day, when am I going to build my next Fairmont? And I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, because you started the price craze and then yeah, it ran out.
some jerk made Fairmonts unaffordable.
Yeah.
This is a funny
Nobody
one.
wanted, yeah, nobody wanted the square boxes anymore.
I'm like, this is a great car. They're worth $300. No one cares. Now it's $3,000 for a rot box.
That's nuts.
This guy asks, he goes, how many turbos have you sold because of sloppy mechanics?
Man, I really don't know on the number because some can come from another customer. We don't know, right? But it's quite a bit. I mean, I can't say that it hasn't helped, but just having the product out there, Matt, we're doing the 80 millimeter originally, right? I mean, just getting that one there because I mean, before that, Matt used to buy every single one of the turbos. He never asked for anything. I just said, hey, you want to try something new? This is something that hasn't been done. I said, here, go try this T6, because first T6 we ever put together, and we sent it over to him. That was the only thing we ever gave him, really, and that was it, right? And then that's where it's through. I mean, it started. I mean, even all the 78, 75s prior and stuff like that, he paid for it. Not a single thing for free.
I get paid, dude. I get paid by you. I get a cut. I get a cut monthly, apparently, for
Yeah.
I push your crack deals, and then you pay me. But yeah, anyway. Uh, what was the next one? Sloppy tax. People are saying. What's the cheap? Someone just paid $2 and says, "What is the new cheap equivalent for a Fairmont, an SN95?" That's why I did it, because Foxes are through the roof expensive, and people are all over new edges and the newer like S197 and everything else. People are like way into those, and everyone forgot about SN95s. I'm like, that's what the Fairmont was. It was the cheapest, shittiest Fox that no one wanted, so I got it. So now that the other ones are more appealing, you just get whatever's least appealing. Like whenever you want to build like a cheap turbo car, 2500 trucks, no one cares about. So you go buy one that has for nothing and turbo that. And that, it's, I don't know. I'm always interested in economically doing that, or cost effectiveness, same thing. So yeah, if something costs $10,000 to get a roller, I'm mostly uninterested because of the upfront cost in that. That's why stuff never gets done, is people want something specific and they spend a ton of money and they can't get the rest done, and then they buy useless things and it snowballs, right? It never gets done. And then they have to sell it to make their rent because they spent their rent money on turbos they're never going to bolt on. And that's just a whole rant of me just talking about people not getting things done. Anyway.
But that's what it's all about, man. Just trying to get things out there and get people involved and doing the right thing and get it done. I mean, if you keep waiting and waiting and waiting, you're never going to get anything done.
No,
just find whatever's cheap. And I mean, if you find a chassis, whatever you find, I mean, if it works and it fits your needs, then get it, right? I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's SN95 or whatever is available out there. Just find something that's good, fits your condition, and you want to swap it, be done.
Yeah, I mean, that's I've made fun of those people before that like they have a car on jack stands for 3 years and every 6 months they sell and buy turbos. Get the car moving, get it moving. Stop changing your setup. It's not even, yeah, anyway. That's why I say to people, like when they want to LS swap something, I'm like, put it in, get it driving so you can move it. Once it's moving, you're less likely to pile stuff on top, not finish it, waste your time. Because like I say to people all the time, if you get it, Freiberger says it very well. He goes, it doesn't have to be right, it has to be running. Because contrary to what people think, it's relatively easy to move fuel lines, do fuel lines in a weekend, rewire part of stuff. Once something's running and moving, you can do a camshaft, valve springs in a weekend. You can hang a turbo in a weekend. I mean, unless it's a really weird car and you have to fit a lot and you're not very good fabricating, it does not take long once it's running to hang these ancillary things like change fuel injectors, change a camshaft, whatever. But people get lost and they're buying like ridiculous expensive turbos and hot sides that burn plug wires, and they're just digging a hole for themselves. Like people don't think about it till I say it and they think I'm being rude, but I'm like, I've seen every layer of this happen, and that's what you're doing, is you are self-sabotaging. So stop. If you're complaining about not getting it done, it's your fault. No one else is making you do this. No one else is stopping you from getting this done. And people don't like to hear that. Anyway, everyone's saying that VS should make a supercharger in any retrospect. Pro charger, centrifugal, roots, something. You should do it, apparently.
I don't know about that one. We're going to probably stick to the turbo aspects, but yeah, we like using the wasted exhaust gas.
Yeah. Oh, Chris Ortiz says, if you think Fairmonts cost a lot, go look at notches. Yeah, I know. That's why I would never buy a notch. That's why I said notches are through the roof. I thought I said that before he posted it, but through the roof. That's why the
He's a
SN95 came up.
decent price on a notch right now. It's ridiculous,
It's
even down
like
here in Texas.
even a crappy roller's like $15,000. Like if it has a cage and some small stuff done, it's worth like 8,000 to me. It's worth like 16 to somebody else. Oh, what do you think? We touched on this a few times, but it says talk about all this EPA bull crap. It says.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen it as well, but EPA is going to start with this Clean Air Act, regulating things and trying to shut down people that are, modifying aftermarket stuff that is affecting emissions, right? Turning off O2s and disabling emission stuff and no cats and all this jazz, right? So, well, I mean, I can't say what's going to happen on the turbo aspect because even on the turbo side, we're not really affecting anything per se on the turbo side because we don't build exhaust, right? So the exhaust side of the thing still needs to connect to your exhaust system somehow, and that's up onto the end user, right? So if he's going to use a cat or not, we're not sure. We're as a company not bypassing that because we're not selling it as a kit per se, where it's running through your full exhaust system. So I mean, there's some companies that are going to be hit very hard. It just depends on how it's going to play out. Nobody really knows yet on that aspect. That's
I would say, oh, I'm echoing bad again because I came in. Let me start from back here and move in. I would say that part of these people did it to themselves because they like the big rolling coal thing and the douchebag Subaru and import owners that want pops and bangs and no exhaust and being loud as hell for no reason. What you've done is you've pissed off all the Karens you can find on your way to school and home and work. And all of them have just had no. This is what people don't get. Those people don't do anything but write petitions and go to meetings and go to town halls. And these kids in their cars are too loud. And just being not a prick for a bunch of days might have stopped this, but I feel like a lot of it is their fault. A lot of people are paying the price now, unfortunately, but not everybody can act so innocent about it. I don't know. I have both positions. It sucks, and they shouldn't be taking it from everybody, and they're overreaching now, but it's partially because of people's overreach of the freedoms of it and be like literally loud ass Subarus just making everybody mad and stupid diesel bros sooting. Like people make videos of them sooting people walking by the beach. They're like, watch us soot these 14-year-old girls in their dresses. We're so cool. And now they're getting busted for now you can't touch a diesel or else you're going to go to jail. Like, what did you think? Well, I don't know what you thought was going to happen. It's like when you film yourself pulling protected sea creatures out and gutting them and throwing them back into the ocean. It's going to piss people off. If the more frequently you do it and publicly and obviously you do it, the faster it's going to come to term. So part of me is like, you did it to yourselves. And then obviously it sucks too, but people pay to have all their cars deleted, turned off, emissions, whatever. And if you're a shop that's doing it, it's kind of an assumed responsibility. I don't know. It's something you should have thought of. It's just like if you're a software engineer and you specialize in unlocking software, and people get mad all of a sudden and they're like, hey, you have unlocked 65,000 products and you owe us a $200 license fee on every product because you circumvented. And we have a legal issue and people came to our favor and now you owe us. I don't know. Like it sucks for everybody, so I don't know.
that's
But
going to be interesting. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, it's going to be a challenging times with the EPA. And especially with the new administration, I can't. I mean, even the price dealing with the whole new presidential administration and all this jazz, and we don't know how much is going to change. I know taxes on my side is already that's a whole nother mess, but uh, Everything else is it's going to be up in the air, and we're just going to have to play out and see what's going to happen because it might change everything. We don't know. Might things get locked out? I don't know. If Holly going to like get rid of the Terminator X, so you can't sell it anymore because it's going to eliminate it's bypassing emissions, and that's my whole control unit, and now it's affecting all these customers. We don't know, right? Until somebody they tell us what's going to happen. It's just going to be interesting.
Yeah, and it's obviously now they are overreaching because they're trying to force laws where like you can't make a 1989 Fox body a race car.
Yep.
Like so but that's what happens with like I hate to get super political, but like everyone's like assault weapons, ban assault weapons. Meanwhile, like someone they must forget about where the largest mass murders by people who are psychopaths have used fertilizer bombs to collapse government buildings. A guy bought pig shit and blew up a building with pig shit, not an assault rifle. He used pig shit in a van. People are going to find a way. Banning
Yep.
weapons is just a thing to make people happy. The Karens that are loud. So when you guys soot people, Karens are like diesels are the worst. And then people have to move on it because of high seating Karens. And yeah, again, and then it's someone just said, Matt's right. Too many entitled idiots have pissed off the masses and brought down the law on all
That's
of us.
yep. I mean, what?
I can see that perspective. Like if I went somewhere and was a like, it's just like kids in this area go to like wannabe street racer import douchebag vaping assholes go to Sheets in our area and they hang out 6 hours from midnight to 6 a.m. and rev at each other and they leave and they almost have collisions and one night a week they do hit each other and some 16-year-old kid dies and that's awful, but everyone's being a douche and no one stops being a douche. So now like there's permanent police officers and there's zero tolerance, and then what people do is they learn how to like skate under the line of what they're supposed to do. So they get a bag of fries and they eat that for 4 hours and they're like, I'm a patron. No, you're a fucking douche. Like I don't know. And then like you're overstepping if you make them leave. And then when you do make them leave, they ram into each other leaving and there's no solution other than like trying to, and then let's close racetracks so these kids have no
Oh,
outlet to do that. So
yep.
there's no winning, but it's hopefully, I don't know. We're eating our own motorsport because of dumb shits. Partially, there's always those people, but
Yep.
anyway, I will jump off my soapbox and we'll go back to some relevant questions. Oh man, these kind of questions are funny. Let's see what you think before I give any of my preconceived notions. What would be a good turbo setup for a 4x4 Jeep truck that off roads? I love your sigh.
That's
Oh, the
I mean,
sigh.
it depends on what you want to do, right? I mean, I would go something small. Don't need something very big. I'd probably do a 67, 66, very small combo there. So spool characteristics work very well. Get it lit off, and you'll have fun with it. I mean, you don't want to go too crazy, go too big. It'll spool forever. All that. I mean, you're off roading. You need it down low more than anything else.
You want to emulate a blower setup, so you almost want 2 to 1 immediately. Like it needs to be all down low, exactly like you need a blower or you need a peanut turbo. Like I reference like a 1.8T has like the KO3 is so tiny, but what it does is it delivers a massive amount of torque before like 3-4,000 RPM.
Yep.
At 4,000 RPM, it does this. It just nosedives. But you know what? Down low, it's a beast. And that's what manufacturers understand that people can't handle top end, and they don't want to wait for the turbo. So if they make full boost at 1,500 and it makes full power at 3,500, everyone's going to be like, "Whoa!" They're going to touch it and be like, "Whoa!" and they're going to lift. It doesn't matter what it does at 7,000, not in the least. If it makes 200 horsepower, 250 foot-pounds before 4,000 RPM, people are going to drop loads over it. So what else can you say? Anyway. People are agreeing with my rant, which is not good for my ego.
Uh-oh.
Because I rant and then people say I'm right and then I want to rant more. So that's we're
Yeah.
gonna thanks for the compliments. I'm gonna ignore those now. Thank you, but I need to not know that. Oh, here's some good ones. Here we go. This is off the high horse angry Matt talk right here. It says, Matt, what's the furthest someone has traveled for a tune? Way too far. I think one guy drove 13 hours a while back from like
Oh, wow.
Minnesota or something. And I'm like, bro, can't, I know there's someone closer. Like they could have driven to Chris Ortiz and he could have turned them down sooner than he made it to me. Anyway, that's a bad joke, but it's true. People have driven very far. And when I did tuner classes, people were coming from Western Canada. And I was like, "Oh, that's far." But then they would say, like, "I've been three other places, and your class was the best." And I'm like, "Ugh." And I have trouble accepting that compliment. I'm like, "Nope, there is absolutely better people closer, but whatever. It's what they, what they wanted to do." Oh, this one's pretty good. Now this is for you, which is, who we need to have talk, not me lambasting about douchebags in parking lots. Veren, what projects or project are you working on right now?
Project right now is developing that new 7070s and making sure they're working properly. So turbo wise, that's what I'm working on. Car wise, I mean, of course, the GTR is not built in house at VS Racing or anything. It's built by T1 Race Development. Chassis work was done by Brink Racecraft. So, I mean, all that is taken care of on that aspect as my project car. Project car at the house, not really much. More on, fixing the house, doing projects like that and, cleaning up and all that jazz. Like this morning, I was telling Matt I couldn't, do testing last night to test this chat session and make sure everything was functional because we had a big garage sale in our neighborhood over here. They have a yearly thing, and this is our first one since COVID last year. We didn't have anything last year to sell product or sell stuff. And we had to get rid of all these clothes, furniture stuff, all the stuff we have been laying around in the house forever. So we've been busy doing that and every all day today. So it's been interesting.
That's a good answer for like the projects doesn't always mean cars. It means like you're painting 10 rooms in your house. Five different colors because your wife didn't like the first three.
Oh,
Is that a dig? I hope she's not listening. Ouch, ouch, I'm gonna get stabbed.
yeah, she'll call Jamie over there. Don't worry.
Oh man, we're done when they team up some more.
Oh yeah, yeah,
We're,
we'll be done.
we're so done. Next year when they're all at the same hotel, we're done. Uh Here's a
Oh
good one.
yeah, it'll be over.
There's two I want to touch on. This guy Adam Alexander goes, "What RPM do you typically shift sloppy stage 2 cammed builds at?" Depending on the intake and turbo size and other things, I'll just say 6500 to 7500. Some of them with a big turbine, big intake thing will make power up there. Some of them don't. Stock Gen 3 truck intake ones kind of nose off early. The other big thing is, depending on your RPM drop with your converter, it's dangerous to shift in the low sixes because it might drop into a terminal rod bending area. So if you have a converter that works well, but your shift points drop too much, you want to over rev the car, over rev, and fall to a safer RPM in the high mid sixes is much safer than shifting at peak power. It's relative, but it's easy to tell people 7,000 flat. Make your gear changes around 7,000 and you'll be mint. Because even if it peaks at 66, if you take it a little past and fall back close to the peak, it'll be better than shifting too early or, I don't know, right around there. Does that make sense? We'll just say 7,000. We'll take my 2-minute answer and say 7,000.
And the sloppy stage 2 takes the power up at 7,800. You said.
No, I'm just saying, like, if it's a big intake, big turbo, like big turbo, high ram, whatever, it might make power in the low sevens. But if your converter has a lot of RPM drop and you throw a shift, say the thing quits at 6,500 with your Gen 3 truck intake and your 7875, and your converter is really tight and your gears are decently long and you're making 820 rear wheel and you throw the 1-2, the 2-3 or 1-2 at 6,500 and it falls to like 5,000 flat and really grabs and couples hard, you might bend a rod.
Got it.
So revving it to 7,500 and throwing the 1-2 where it won't go any farther than 6,100, 6,500, even though it's not best, it's safer than having an extreme RPM drop and possibly dunking a rod for no reason. Yeah, people are like, float the valves and then shift. I mean, oddly enough, I had this conversation with like the 3 Mustang, like episode 1 or 2 of Sloppy, where Ryan Blasser, Squirrel Tuned, and Hunter, we talked about that. I was like, you guys are shifting too high. And they're like, well, my RPM drop kind of sucks and I'm trying to keep it in the safe zone. And I'm like, 100% I'm wrong. You guys are right about that. Because their combination did not make power at 7,500, but it was detrimental to the health of the rods. And the cars still went 880, like all of those guys went 8s on stock bottom end stuff. So, and they took what I said, and they know their RPM drop is too extreme, so they just revved higher, and everything was fine. Imagine that. So, I was talking shit, and then I learned something and I had to eat my words, which is mostly what I do. So I like being kind of offensive because it makes someone speak up and be like, you're wrong, and then I learned something. So anyway, was that another 8-minute lambast there? Another guy had a good question. He goes, Matt, do you like meeting fans? Are you an introvert IT guy? I have an interesting personality for sure because I am kind of an introvert. But I don't have a problem speaking in front of people, obviously. People would say it's different because this is like YouTube and people don't exist, but it doesn't bother me. I can speak to a whole room of people, but I have the introvert battery level, right? I have a certain amount of energy for people, and then once that's done, I'm done. I need to like go. So there's plenty of times where I've been at like LS Fest or whatever, and it's cool to meet people, and I do the same thing. I rant to everybody and they love it, but at some point I'm like, I'm out of people. I don't want to be rude, but then I am rude. Whatever. The best person to have is like Cameron to defend me. He always goes to LS Fest with me, and he's like, well, Matt's at that like turning point where he's going to be rude or run away from people, and he sees it coming. But yeah, so both. I'm very strange where I'm introverted, extrovert, kind of same time. But I feel like a lot of YouTubers are like that. If you can call me a YouTuber at all. I feel like I'm just an IT guy that makes videos and people watch it. Yeah, because one guy, I talked to a lot of people at the 1LS Fest, and then I thought I was done and like relaxing, and some guy ran up with no fault of his own. He was excited to see me, and that's cool. And I've learned to not be a douchebag about it. But he was like, wow, I can't believe you're here. And he like ran up, and I was like reeling, and I was like, I gotta go. And I like walked away from the poor guy. All he wanted to do was say hi, and like I shouldn't have been such a douche, but I was like mentally tapped, and I had to like run from him. I didn't think he was gonna stab me or anything, but I was the rude one at that point. And then he wrote in one of my videos, what's funny is he commented on one of my YouTube videos, hey, I was the guy that like ran up on you and I'm sorry and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I am such a douchebag, dickhead. I was so mad at myself because I was like, he's nice. And I like ran away from him. I was like, I'm done. I ran away like a kid that didn't get ice cream from my parents. Like, oh man. Oh, someone says, Matt, what's the highest you've pushed a Gen 3? I'm assuming Turbo LS. I got a Turbo LS1. I'm leery. Honestly, I'd be leery of an LS1 because the cylinder walls aren't that great and they can rattle sleeves. If you had a Gen 3 iron block car, you can get pretty nuts with it as long as you, again, like Ryan Blasser, I believe his was a Gen 3 5.3 with your mirror image turbos. He basically did my entire Mustang build in a month before. Like, you sent me turbos and then he bought them and then he did it better than me. I'll admit, he did it better than me sooner and went 8s on I believe a Gen 3 5.3, but he's one of the guys that was shifting higher than you should and everything else, and it worked out fine for him. I mean, I used to think a Gen 3 was no good over 500 wheel, 550 wheel. Bad idea. But then as we've learned to keeping the converter in a good spot and keeping the torque out of it below 5,500, all of those things, we're making as much with Gen 3s as we are with most Gen 4s, aside from people that are going like those Nigel Alexander and all those other guys that are going like high fours in the eighth with aluminum blocks and stuff. Obviously, that's a different breed, but I feel like you could almost make the same 1,000 horsepower on a Gen 3 as long as you put it in the right spot. Because the rod is only so much better, but if you're pushing it really hard, it doesn't. You got to get the RPMs up and then get the load off of it down low. Is really Chris Ortiz could probably give you a much better answer on that. But I see plenty of people making. Look at my buddy Mitch. Has the white notch with your billet 7875 Gen 1 that I had from something, and I gave it to him, and we put it on his turbo truck, Turbo 2500. And then he's like, I want to race. I don't want this rusty 2500 anymore. So he parted out the 2500, and then he sold the ADE and a bunch of stuff, and then he put the 6-liter, sold the ADE and the chassis and a bunch of things, and he bought a TH400 and the JEGS converter that we tell people to buy, and then we put snake eater injectors, and he built a hot side out of spare exhaust tubing from the 2500. And then he hung an eBay 60 millimeter, like the mushroom gate that's awful, $45, like wonton, $45 60 millimeter gate. We had to drill the valve guide, and a bunch of the shit doesn't work on it. It's awful, but it works. And that car has been going 920 for like the whole last summer. And then we ran into we're like, let's change the hot side because it's like a reverse flow garbage T hot side that goes into like 690s into the turbo. And I'm like, let's just build a nicer hot side and show people how much faster it can go. And I'm like, let's build a nice T6 because Monkey Fab sent me $1 million in Monkey Fab stuff. And I'm doing the V-band inlet turbos you sent me. So I'm like, Mitch, let's hang the T6 stuff on. And then Robert has wanted to do like sponsorship with me for a while. I'm like, okay. Again, there's no hate. I'm using a Force Performance turbo on one of our cars. And I'm like, here we go. Like, let's hang the billet 80. That's a Gen 3. And it's been going 920s in a Fox for... It has had over 500 rear wheel put through it with a truck for like a year and a half in a 5,500 pound truck. And then we took it out of that scenario and put it in a Fox, and it goes 920s at near 150 now for an entire summer. And it's a Gen 3. And now what we're going to do is hang a billet 8088, the HD 8088, similar to like your 8088. We're going to hang that on there and lean on it more. And that's a Gen 3. What I'd like to do is go 820s with it. I'm hoping it can make 1,000 through the auto, and then we can go like 820, 88, like Nick 7s out of it would be really cool, but I don't think it'll be right around a low 8, I think. But that's a Gen 3, so I think the limit, the lines are kind of blurred, because I think what used to happen is we used to hit the Gen 3s with a bunch of torque, and they would fold before a Gen 4, so the issue there was a Gen 3 is weak, but they're susceptible to that same torque load, just the Gen 4 rod is better. But then obviously a Gen 4 rod is probably better, closer to 1,000 horsepower at some point, but not when you use everything correctly, right? Yes, someone's totally right. Matt, ask Veren questions. We've heard enough of you. That's totally true. I tell people in the other radio shows, let me know when I'm going on. Most people are too nice to cut me off. So thank you, 89 Notch. I think that might be Jace or somebody. Who knows? Anyway. This is a good one for Veren. Now there is the On3 Cast 107. Have you heard about that? I haven't heard about that.
Nope, me
There's
either.
an On3 Turbo Cast 107 millimeter, proven to 1150 wheel horsepower for $850. And there's an On3 Billet 107, proven to 1300 wheel horsepower for $1050. Buyer beware on quality. I understand. Give me a good reason to not roll the dice on the Billet 107 for $1050.
I mean, that's up to you on that aspect, right? I mean, I haven't seen it, right? I don't know what their product is on the 107. It should be a GT55 base. I mean, there shouldn't be anything different on that aspect. Of course, we make a journal version, billet wheel. We make a 94, 98, 102, and a 106 that is available. But ours is a little bit more price point up than the On 3 would be. Is that one? I mean, I don't even know if that one's dual V band or even T6. I don't know about all that aspect either. But if it's like a T6, I mean, it'll work. I mean, it should work fine for you. I just don't know. Never tried it.
That's what I think. Ooh, I'm echoing bad again. Let me fade in. I think that's always what's funny is you're like, sure, try it. I don't care. I'm not going to try to sell you my. And that's one of my favorite things. That's why I've used Veren for so long. And what I always say, let me soapbox again. You should never buy something from someone that has to put other companies down to sell you their product. So he's not going to say mine's better. You should buy mine. No, if he has to do that, there's something else going on there. If you want his stuff, you'll buy his stuff. Other than that, I actually didn't know they sold that, and I'd love to see results on that. Veren knows I've run On 3 on a bunch of my projects too. Just wanted to try them. I always want to try stuff. So that's one of the reasons why we did, because back in the day, you had issues with getting the Chinese turbos and the sizes you wanted, and Jose could build. He built me one of the first turbos I used for. He was constantly like, let me build something for you. And he built me that in Fairmont 3, he built me a 70 billet forced inductions HO version 3 7683 T4. And it was incredible because he can specialize all that stuff in house. The money difference was also there, but again, I've said to people millions of times, if you need a class specific, class killer, whatever else, he makes all that stuff in house, continually updating to fit in a class. And if you're like the 10 to 1%er, he's your turbo guy, because when they change the rules next week, he can make you another turbo for that 20 days when they allow it, and you're the 1%er that needs that 5% on everybody else. Like, that's your guy. But if you want to do ice cream and burnouts and not spend $1 million, there's obviously, like you said, the market share is there. If you want a Jose turbo, that's fine. If you want my turbo, that's fine. If you want to buy something else in between, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, there's so many out there. You can go buy Precision. Precision created the LS series for same reason, right? I mean, it's there for a reason. It's for budget oriented people, right? I mean, that's the whole purpose. But I mean, it's all dependent on what the customer wants and what they want to go with. It doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I'll sell them the product that's going to work in their application based on the goals that, people want, and let's make it happen.
What's Veren's favorite ice cream flavor?
Man, I like a Rocky Road. I like marshmallows in the chocolate. So
What's the most unique / weirdest product you guys offer?
weirdest product, huh? I have no clue what a weirdest product would, because everything's turbo related. I mean, there's nothing weird about
Hmm.
them. That's a good question. I really don't know the answer to that one.
That's why I asked, because it seems strange. So I figured we would cross that bridge. What
That one's.
Veren? Oh, sorry. What was that?
I said that's a difficult one because I don't know what's weird.
Do you sell turbos that are gummy worms in the shape of
Yeah.
turbos? I don't something
Yeah,
like
see, that
that.
would have been cool. I mean, now you give me ideas about something,
I
right?
should
Build
shut.
something. And...
I should shut the hell up. Veren, do you use any of your products on your GTR? Well, we talked about that earlier, but go ahead and
Yep.
toss it out again.
Yep. So I mean, with the all this stuff, I mean, explained it earlier, right? I was originally sponsored by Comp. They gave us a set of 80 millimeters to try on our GTR. First, when we went to this front mount setup, as you can see in the picture behind me there. I don't know if you can see it, everybody, but that in the picture back there, that's the first time we tried it with the 80 millimeters on there. And it worked, right? So when the dyno testing and everything else we did prior to that event, it worked. So the tuner, Tony Paolo, said, "Hey, let's run this thing because it's making power and everything else, and let's go at it because there's nothing wrong with it." So I ran it for the whole season, worked really well, and then they went up in price. The second season there, sponsorship wise, they didn't want to do the same kind of deal again. So we said, okay, we'll find something, and we went and got a turbo set up, and now we run our 85s on there, and they're good to go, ready to roll. We just got a few more things left on the wiring aspect on the new chassis, and then it's a matter of getting running and out the door. The motor and everything's been, from the old setup. There's nothing different there. So it's just a matter of putting everything together, last minute stuff, and get it running.
All right. Oh, he was asking, Veren, can you speak on the back ordering of some turbos and parts and dealing with that through the pandemic has been like? Are the back order dates being showed through brokers like Summit accurate from your point of view?
That is correct. I mean, Summit's is fairly accurate because we have to keep their B2B system updated. So right now, I know they have a lot of backlog on 60 wastegates, same as me. I'm out of all 60 millimeter wastegates. I'm out of like the 50 millimeters limited supply there as well. So, I mean, as we get caught back up, COVID right now did throw a big wrench in manufacturing wise, right? So we didn't get a lot of stuff, a lot of product. And even from the other vendors, internal into, Bosch, Germany and stuff like that, and Siemens, Continental, all that stuff, right? Like I talked about earlier, it's just a struggle in the manufacturing industry, not just my parts. There's other companies as well. I mean, I was just looking at a post, I think, for some Injector Dynamics 2600s. Customer was waiting. He ordered through Turn 14 last November, and they've been on back order ever since. And there's no ETA, right? I mean, that's their new Injector Dynamics 2600, which is a full stainless element type injector. It's better than the Bosch. Don't get me wrong, it's way better, but that one there is just not available. Same situation. They just can't get the product, manufactured, sent over there from Bosch in a timely fashion. And the same thing. I mean, but Summit's accurate on their estimates, though, 100%.
Here's a good one. Funniest day on the job.
Funniest day on the job. Heck, I don't even know about that one. I mean, every day we have a good time at the shop, right? I mean, it's all about making the customers, and I mean, but I really don't have a specific day in mind on that aspect. So I'm not even sure on that one.
This guy had said, say my 7875 dies when Uncle Rodney shows up. What are my options for replacements? Well, he says the 7875 Gen 1 doesn't show up, and that's true. It was about a month ago. You pulled it. That's it. It's gone. So you need a 2, 2.5, or a 3, and that's the short of it.
Correct. But now you can still use the exhaust housing, right? So the exhaust housing is still a 10 blade, right? So if the long as your wheel didn't get like shot out and destroyed the internals of the exhaust housing where it scraped it up and damaged it with big, chunks hanging out, you're perfectly fine. Okay. So you can still use your old exhaust housing, slap in a Gen 2.5 Super Core, which is the compressor cover and the cartridge itself, and you're ready to go. There's no problem. You can run a 10 blade turbine in a 10 blade housing, not a problem at all. But you can't mix the next gen and the Gen 2.5. 9 blade won't fit in a 10 blade.
And then it says, I'd love to hear what you slops think about the new SFI certified turbos. Nothing like showing up and getting an arm full of the scratch dented bin going faster than the show ponies. But there's a market for all sorts. Well, I understand what that means. Did you get that? Did I say it correctly? Apparently there's new SFI approved turbos. I didn't know that.
Yep.
And what he's implying is imagine getting showed up by the scratch and dent bin, meaning maybe you, like cheaper turbos. Imagine, like you just mentioned, your guy going almost 200 miles an hour with some VS78s. So imagine that's coming up on your tails and you're a significant manufacturer and you're like, well, now we have an SFI turbo and those aren't SFI, so he can't race with us anymore. It's that whole, Jose deals with that a lot. It'd be cool to have Jose on because I'm sure I don't know if he'd be able to answer a lot of it. It'd be cool because there's so much politics, I'm sure, in what he does with class racing that he probably doesn't want to talk about it because that's his, in my opinion, that's his thing.
Yeah, he has all the class racing stuff. I mean, his turbo's great.
It's straight
And with,
political though, so I
yep.
don't know if he wants to get into it.
And that's like with precision. I mean, Garrett makes SFI, precision makes it, and that's where it is. I mean, it's there, but we all. I mean, there's I've seen many precisions explode out the exhaust and do different things. But is it a precision problem? We don't know. I don't know. I mean, it can happen to anything. I've seen it. I mean, it happened to a couple GTRs. I mean, we've seen wheels fly off. I mean, there's a lot of different things. Any turbo can fail. It's just not mine. It can be anybody's, and it's just something we have to design better product. And but the housing, in theory, I mean, all they're doing is cross bolting a center housing on the backside to hold the wheel in so it doesn't explode, and then putting the burst blanket on the compressor side, right? And then meeting SFI conditions is what they're trying to meet. I mean, just so it contains it, so it doesn't explode and go shoot at the driver or wherever else you're putting the turbos at.
I think we covered this, but I'll ask it real quick because I can't be sure. Can the Gen 1 CAS 7875 96AR be upgraded to a VS Next? No, the Next has a completely different exhaust housing. I remember you saying this now.
Next gen, it depends, right? So if it's a next gen and it's a 9 blade, it won't work. If it's going to be a 10 blade, which is the G25 stuff, it'll drop right in. You'll be fine.
Oh, man. So this guy is another, like, he says, "Hi guys, I'm a fan from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Any recommendations for a 522 big block 4-inch stroke motor and a heavy ass Nova on gas?" And I mean, that's recommendation for what? Turbos, twin turbos, single turbo? How fast do you want to go? Like, do you want to make turbo noises? I don't know. It's that's what I say. Like, I think people feel bad when I start drilling them, but they don't know what to ask. So I'm trying to give them homework on, say, you want to go sixes in a 3,500 pound, whatever that is. That would give you. So if you need gigantic turbos to hit the ET and horsepower goal that you need, then you need a tranny with dump valves and a converter and everything else that'll handle all of that. Blah blah blah. So yeah, they're probably not even thinking about that, but that's part of the equation. No. So this is a good one. Anyway, sorry. You guys need to keep me in check. We need Jamie out here to smack me with a newspaper.
Oh no, not yet.
Do you basically import shipping containers full of turbos from China, or do you source them from somebody else?
No, it doesn't come. Some of them, right? All the old generation stuff would be coming direct. I do a lot of casting overseas as well, so we can get our casted, turbines, bearing housings, etc. It's just far more cost effective than bringing, U.S. based product over at price point wise. Then we also have some stuff here, wheels, etc., that we can get done quickly. Just mass produced. I mean, there's a lot of different things that happen. But container wise, we try not to do a full container stuff. I mean, we do some smaller partial container stuff, get imported, but it's about, let's say, about 10, 15 pallets of stuff come on a regular basis of different products, wastegates, etc., that we get imported.
And then his other question, he has like two, three questions in his post. He says, "How much did your sales volume skyrocket after Schloppy McSchlopstein Matt started telling people where he bought all his cheap parts from? He never specifically told people to buy from you, but he did mention where he shopped."
Yeah, I mean, that helped. Of course, it never didn't help. I mean, there's a lot of people that go buy just based on Matt's recommendation. Yes. And then there's also customers that now, are going to Summit, and the Summit guys are telling them, hey, this is what you guys need to run. This is what we've seen before. And now you're getting, product from Summit getting it, right? And then there's other dealers telling to sell you the product as well. So, I mean, it's just a growth based on the network that we have and trying to give the customer a product that is going to work in their setups.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a presumption that I built your business, but guys, after this, listening to Veren for this long, you can probably assume that he would have done well without me, no problem, because he's honest and you're like, "Have you had problems?" He's like, "Yes." Would you buy other stuff? No problem. Do you want to buy my turbos? I don't care. Do you want to buy my turbos? Do you want a cheap turbo? Sure. Do you want an expensive turbo? Yeah, he's not feeding you anything, which is, I think, for longevity. Because I think I've said to you many times, people that would trash you are now
Yep.
forced in a position to sell your product or quit.
Yep.
And
Correct.
that is what they did to themselves. Meanwhile, you had nothing bad to say about any of them. So what does that have to, again, full circle where I say, don't talk poorly about somebody to push your product. I try to tell people that most often because I feel like that's a bad circle right now. Let your product do the talking or let your tuning do the talking. Don't ever be like, I hate when I watch videos and people are like, we fixed another shop, whatever. You can say that to me in private, but don't say that to the public. Don't be like, all we do is fix other crappy shops. You should be like, we did really well. Look what we did. I don't know. I'm not always that guy, but I don't own a shop, and I'm not perfect, and I go off on things, but that's not me. I'm not running a business. I'm not liable like you are. So, but my best advice is don't talk down to sell people up. That's like the worst strategy. At some point, you're gonna run out of people to badmouth, and then you're the guy that's badmouthing everybody, and you're running out of business because you have run out of people to badmouth about. Anywho, this guy ends with, my billet 7875 is still trucking along perfectly. I had to replace my precision after it gave up after a short amount of time. Odd. That's what he writes. So yeah, we'll leave on that note.
Yeah, that's a little different. I mean, you can't really badmouth anything about. I mean, Precision makes a great product, right? I mean, there's guys running very, very quick with their stuff, and it works really well, right? I mean, there's nothing. They're a good company, but things have changed over there. I mean, there has been change, company management wise. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that changed when Harry sold out to WebTech, right? So as the whole company, I mean, it's definitely different now.
See, and that's funny. Like, ooh, sorry, I just like blew everybody out. I don't know about stuff like that. So it's funny how companies like I know about like John Hennessy has a bad name, but he like kind of stepped back from his company and let other people handle it, and then they like were cutting they were undercutting stuff to make profits, assumably. Like, I'm just going to make a giant assumption is that people were trying to crank it out as a money machine or they had no idea. And he started getting a bad name and stuff wasn't getting totally unrelated to him. And people are like, Hennessy's a scumbag. Like, that happened to him and he didn't really have control over it. And the one Texas Super Meet, I ran into him. I didn't even know who he was or what he looked at, but we were looking at like one of the Venom GTs or something that he just built. And I was like doing my usual talking shit, saying dumb things. And he kind of walked up and was starting to answer my questions. And he's like, "Oh, I'm John Hennessy." And I'm like, "Oh, you're such an idiot jerk." Like, I go through all, I'm like, this guy's really nice. Like, what a jerk you are. Like, so yeah, like that's always my thing. But and then I learned that about him because people like Hennessy, whatever, stole a bunch of Vipers, and then he didn't do that. He didn't physically do that to anybody. But yeah, it's funny when you learn. That's kind of like why I'll talk out about people, hoping they'll reach out and fill me in, right? I'll be offensive to get taught a lesson. And I don't mind being the guy. I have nothing to lose technically, other than made to look like a jerk, which I do it all the time. I'm familiar with that, so I don't care. I'll take the rap for everybody else, and because what people are thinking is, why'd that happen? And I'll be like, hey, dude, why did it happen? Why do you look so bad? And he'll be like, well, and then we all learn, right?
100%.
I'll take the blame. It doesn't matter if I take the heat, right? We did the on three stuff, and you said, do it. Let us know. That's what I love when people ask a question on Sloppy, and they're like, Matt. And I'm like, I don't know. Do it, and let us know. And they don't like that answer. Well, that's what I do.
Yeah, they just want the information from you, 100%, right? They want it right away and right now, rather than just doing it and getting the details.
Matt's definitely getting paid by companies. How do you think he paid to get that driveway paved?
Yeah, that's a long driveway, that's for
Dude,
sure.
selling crack. I sold so much crack to pay for that. I call it the Kmart parking lot.
You got too many cars with Jamie's over there, that's why.
We got to build another we have 10 again.
Oh,
We have
jeez.
10 cars again. We had like 11 or 12, but that was short-lived. And then we were down to like 9 and now we have 10 again.
Oh,
I got to sell the G. Anybody want to buy a G with a LS in it and some other stuff? Actually, I have 2 3 people that want to buy it, so I want to do this intake swap and then get rid of it. But that's another. Oh, that's another one. So we have a bunch of this is good. How does altitude affect turbocharger performance? Would you select a larger turbo for a customer in Denver than a customer at sea level? And I would love to hear Chris Ortiz's, if he's still listening, answer to this also, since he's super tuner.
oh, 100%. I mean, at altitude, there's less air to move through, right? So, yes, 100% you would need a larger setup there when you spec it out, just based on your power goal. I mean, we had a customer just order a 102 millimeter turbo ball bearing because the way we want to set it up for what he's trying to accomplish. He's looking for a power goal. He gave us that power goal. Then, of course, we asked him, where he's located and everything else. And then at elevation, we don't make the same power on the same turbo, right? The air is just not there. So at sea level, yes, we can make a hell of a lot more power than we do at elevation. So in that situation, we need to go bigger to make the airflow capability wise on the compressor wheel flow more air to allow it to make more power in that situation. So
So that's a yes.
that is correct.
I'm going to ask several instead of making a bunch of comments. Oh, this is probably somebody where they're like, I can't wait for this. And I'm like, can you ask some questions instead of making remarks? I'm a typical jerk. Uh, do you ever think you'll have entry level smaller turbos in the 50 to 58 millimeter that are journal and inexpensive, like the Cast 6162?
We sell it to Hunter right now. Hunter buys a lot of the stuff for the import market. He uses the 58, 55 in a journal billet. And if you do want one, I would definitely contact him and get it through him. He primarily deals with the smaller stuff more than, I mean, I can sell you, it's not a problem. Just give us a call and ask for it. But we do make a 58, 55 journal bearing billet wheel. That would be an option. And we do a 54, 55 as well.
His other question is, do you think compressor AR matters a lot when using high boost at the limit of the compressor with a larger turbine? Or does it matter in non-extreme case that much?
It would matter up to a certain point, right? So that's like with the race cover, right? The race cover, when you move it, let's say if you're doing an 80 millimeter and Matt had it running on his Colorado and we just switched over to a race cover, we would pick roughly up 10% just going from a smaller 65 cover to the 70 cover, right? So it does make a difference.
And we talked about it earlier, where if you want more average power, you would choke up on your AR within
Correct.
reason. The turbine is still limiting your power, but the AR is adjusting the RPM band it's
Yep.
usable in most respects. But I would say a lot of Turbo V8 people don't have enough turbine that doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter the AR. You're mostly turbine limited no matter what. But again, I think we were going to do a test where my buddy Mike Diino, we got the largest GT35s you sell, and he
Yep.
says
Yep.
it's very laggy. That's what we call fire hazard Mike. He has the turbos in the bed next to the fuel cell. And Dale Follett, I didn't even know what AR he had, but Dale has like, Mike might have 96s, and I think there's 68s. So he got the housings from you to convert it to the smaller ones. And he says
Yep.
it's night and day. So that'll be a really cool test to show people the horsepower capability, but the much better street manners. Like it was nuts, but he was trying to foot brake it, and it would take
It
like
wasn't making anything.
it'd take 100 feet out and then go ape shit. And he's kind of like, he didn't know what to say or ask, but he's like, I'd like sooner than 100 feet out to. to get my power, I'd like to be right away instead of 2 intersections later. Okay, it's tough for some people to convey, but oh, there was a good one that what did he ask? Oh, this was good. Joe Simpson had asked earlier, do you have any data showing either what power level or turbo size a 4-inch downpipe becomes a restriction? And similarly, when does 3-inch charge piping become a restriction?
The 4-inch downpipe, we roughly keep it in the range. I mean, it has enough to make it on 1200 horsepower easily. I mean, we've seen it done on going from a 5 to 4 S400. It also depends on your turbine wheel, right? So if you put a 4-inch on something small, it's not going to make any difference. You're turbine limited, right? So it all depends on the turbo itself. Most of the times, anything greater than 12, I mean, you're doing fender exit anyway, so just run the 5-inch, right? So, I mean, it all depends on the setup. Now, for the 3-inch on the intercooler side, I don't have the data on that aspect of it. Well, have you seen anything, Matt, on that? I don't know on that one.
It's a odd subject, I would say. I have made so much on single 3-inch downpipes that like that's a tough question. I have made like 8 and change through a 3-inch 7875 downpipe, 820 rear wheel. And then we go to the Gen 2, which is 4-inch. And I've also, most of the S400 chassis I've done that has a 4-inch downpipe, I've run previously, like Little John had sold that 5-inch to 4-inch billet Vangean, what's it called? Like the weird Borg Warner.
Oh, the Marmon based
Marmon.
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
So it's the weird Marmon, because if you look at the outlet of an S400, it's only 4 inches, but the clamp is like this. So necking it to 4 is no big deal. The outlet of the turbine is a little bit under 4, I think like 390 or something like that. So the 5 to 4 and a 4-inch exhaust, technically, I mean, I've made 1,000 rear wheel or more with a 4-inch exhaust. So it's tough to say. I've never had a car where we have a 3-inch exhaust and we go to a 4 and it picks up like 200 horsepower. It's minor. He might know. What's funny is he might know a better answer than I do. He tunes professionally. I'm a guy with a YouTube channel with a little bit too much access to a chassis dyno. And in all retrospect, I'm not a professional at all. Anyway, I would love to see that, like an actual. I'm assuming it would be nice if that was like a black and white, but I'm sure
Yeah,
there's a lot
it's
of
so
gray.
many variations, right? I mean, it all depends on the turbine wheel as well as the size, etc. I mean, you can't put like a 75 millimeter turbine wheel and then go 4-inch and expect it to make any more than what's capable there, even if it was stuffed into like a T6 housing, right? I mean, it's just not enough. You're going to run into drive pressure.
Oh, someone's mentioning I've picked up 3 to 4% power going from 3 to 4 inch on turbos. I don't know if he means exhaust or intake. I've always seen huge gains with a larger exhaust piping diameter. Huh. Well, is that's Hunter. Now, is that like a 3-inch downpipe going to a 4-inch? You've seen a huge gain? Or is that a 3-inch outlet neck to 2.5 going back up to 3? Elaborate on that. I always thought like if it's the same size as the turbo outlet, it doesn't matter at all. I've built plenty of exhausts where they were. I learned a lot about like too many 90s and a bunch of other things creating a restrictive exhaust. Because then I'll swap it to like a dump, like a hood exit, and it makes much more. And I try to make an efficient turbo back, and it doesn't work out how I would expect. But doubling the diameter of the pipe will give you triple the area in pipe. Interesting. I mean, that's a good example also, but I've never seen a giant jump, not like Hunter explains. Yeah, less back pressure. I've heard of that too. Like if you have a 3-inch and you go to a 4-inch, if you have a 3-inch outlet and a 3-inch exhaust pipe and you go to a 4-inch exhaust, your back pressure pre-turbine will go down because it's not getting backed up on the way out. So there's all sorts of instances, like you said.
Yep.
Yeah, same thing. I would think turbos would spool better with a larger exhaust, given the gas to spin through the turbine without restriction, exit, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I've never seen like super concrete evidence of, is there a horsepower limit on 3-inch or is there a horsepower limit on 4-inch? I don't know. 3 or 4 will make a ton of power. That's all I know. Question, do you see more people upgrade from VSR to brands like Precision or switch from Precision to VSR? Thanks for what you both do for the community.
I mean, I sell both products, right? So it doesn't really matter aspect wise. But I mean, I do get customers switching from Precision to us, and I get vice versa, just depending on what they want. And if they want something bigger that I don't offer, then they have to go with, Precision, Garrett, whatever that's going to be available on the market. But in most situations, we are seeing quite a few customers. I mean, lately switching from Precision in the 76 range. Because if you compare a 76, 75 Precision to our 78, 75 or next gen or whatever in the range, you're looking at a 1449 retail turbo from Precision versus our 749. So, I mean, just doing the math on that aspect, I mean, guys are trying to save money in tough times these days with all this other stuff going on. So it's just the product and the price point, really.
I was gonna say the same answer. Like people just have less to do more. Also, a lot of them aren't, again, like the Jose aspect. If it's not a class killer and everything else, 600 versus 1200 is a big difference. So that's like a driving cost. It's tough. Obviously, I hate on Precision, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, I just see a lot of their shit coming apart, and I just hate on that because people are like, they're the best, and I'm like, if they're the best, why do they blow up? You know what I don't see blow up? Jose turbos don't blow up in competition. I don't know what to say about that. Jose's turbos don't explode. Precision's basically need a straight jacket and titanium bolts in the exhaust housing. Anyway, I think a lot of the rules, and there's the other thing is, again, I'd love an education on it. If one of them would come forward, I would love to have them give me an education. I understand that they flow the most, and people are using them to make the most power, and people are probably abusing and overspinning them. But again, people are overspinning and abusing forced inductions turbo, and it's not exploding. And I mean, that's a political, controversial subject for Jose to answer. I don't expect him to. And Precision doesn't want to answer something because it's me. Like, it's tough. You have to convince me why. And then here's the thing: if they're like, all of our customers are blowing up our turbos, it's not us. Customers are blowing up our turbo. That's a hell of a line in the sand to draw. My favorite thing though is I always have to throw people under the bus when I see this. People are like, freshly rebuilt Precision for sale. Just rebuilt Precision for sale. Just service Precision. It's like 4L60Es, right? Just rebuilt 4L60E for sale. Like, you can't get away from that, from what I'm saying. I hope people understand it. Like, why was it just rebuilt? Why is it for sale? Is it the 6th 4L60E you had rebuilt? Is it the 4th Precision you had blow up? Why is everyone always writing that? I don't know. Is it me hating? Probably. Is it a thing? Probably. Oh, I got a pay thing. James Williams sent $20. And he says, next gen billet 7875 125 AR T4 on a 6-liter with LS3 heads, 800, 900 horsepower rear wheel. Is a good choice a billet 80 T6? Yes, I would rather use. We've gone over it many times. Yep. Especially for a 6-liter, especially for an LS3 head, that's a big time airflow. thing getting the air in and out, and the T4 is just a restriction period. So yeah, especially a 6-liter LS3, the billet 88 will probably easily make that number with less back pressure and less boost and less everything. All right. Well, someone asked something fairly simple. Are twin turbos more efficient than a big single?
Uh, it depends on what type of turbo we were looking at. A big single or two smaller turbos. I mean, there's always going to be that, right? So if you think about it, you're doubling the turbine wheel, right? So it becomes more efficient by just taking the turbine wheel, doubling it, and comparing it to a large one, right? So you got more exhaust now to flow in that setup versus the other setup. Plus, you're adding double the compressor now flow as well, right? So it's all a trade up. Depends on how large single versus how small twins. I mean, but if you spec it within, let's say 8088, and you do a pair of 6762s, like Matt's going to do on the Mustang, the 6762s would outflow it, hands down.
Yeah, I think people are missing that it's split. And then sometimes packaging twins is easier than a giant single. Like we talked about a 5-6 inch downpipe versus 2-3 inch or whatever.
Yep.
Some of it's much more manageable. Does VS offer an economical scavenge pump for oil returning?
That one we do not. I don't sell, I mean, any scavenge pump or anything of that nature. I know we do have some customers running scavenge pumps and everything else. I mean, what we normally tell them to buy is the TurboWorks. It's a little bit more expensive, but that's up to the end user to decide. I mean, On3 sells one. There's a ton on eBay that you can select. We're not very big fans of remote setups because it's just more complications that you got to deal with. It can be done, but it's just more of a headache.
All right. Well, someone says my power goal is 1800 to 2000 wheel horsepower. Would a single next gen 92-100 or twin Gen 3 billet 7875s be better? Ethanol fuel, forged L33, air to air intercooler, and packaging is not an issue.
I would probably do a Gen 3 7875 or 80 by 75 would be another option in a twin configuration if you are going to do something like that. Big single, you're on the wrong track on that aspect. You still need like one of our GT55 frames. To make 2000 tire capable, you need something like our 102 or 106 would be the way to go.
I think that's a good answer for people that are saying twins or single also, is a lot of times the single just can't stack up to, people are like, why twins? A lot of times it's because you need 1,000 horsepower turbo and 1,000 horsepower turbo. It's not essentially, a lot of times twins is just because of the horsepower expectation. You just can't,
Yep.
it's tough to physically make a single turbo with a cost effective range or fit to light off like Larry Larson, like 120 millimeter. Like it's literally the entire front of the truck. Like it's much easier usually to. That's why I always say to people sometimes twins is easier because when you need double the horsepower, like twin 85 millimeters or something like that. When you're designing a new product, is your input only the turbines and housings, or can you get center section changes and more?
I mean, it depends on what needs to be done through the center section, right? Like on our CNC center sections, I mean, we do changes on them to make it more efficient to us on how we have it machined, et cetera. But on our cast ones, there's not much. I mean, S400 it doesn't change, right? I mean, S400 bearing housing is the S400 bearing housing. It's going to be the same for 80, 85, 88. They're all the same. Nothing changes, right? The wheels on the backside can change, but the dimensions and everything else from a 103 and a 9688, same, it fits in the same situation. Bearings and everything else are all the same. It's still S400. Nothing changes. We're just going with the bigger turbine wheel. So in that situation, it's just dependent on what you're trying to change, of course, and what reason you need it changed. Because I mean, S400 has been around for quite some time now.
Well, this one's pretty good too. It says we touched on this once or twice, but it'd be cool to get like an overview. It
Mhm.
says I'd like to hear about the GTR Pro mod that you're building and anything about it setup wise at all that he's willing to speak about. I would love to know about. I'm sure a lot of people. I'd love an update too. So people might not know that you had a GTR and then you're like 25.5, 25.2ing it and pro modding it out.
It's a 25.3 chassis in it, right? So, I mean, it has M&M transmission, Turbo 400, full 9-inch rear in the back. It runs our 85s on the front, Motec system on the ECU control for it. And it's going to be interesting. Full chassis wise, has nitrous as well if we need it. We'll see what happens. We haven't really tested it yet, so we have about a couple weeks left. And as soon as we get done with that, wiring aspect is left and a couple other minor things. It'll be out here testing here in Texas. Other than that, I don't know what else you want to know about it. It's going to be carbon. It's full tubed, carbon everywhere, body wise. I mean, there's not much else. I'm not sure where Matt went. There he is.
Well, I would say like people are probably wondering like, is it stock engine, and then
Oh,
what
on the engine
turbos?
side, it's not really stock engine anymore. I mean, it has billet block. It's still 3.8 liter, 3.8 liter. What else? I mean, there's not much. I mean, everything else is upgraded on it. Really, it's just like fully built as normal. If I had a GR6 trans in it, it would still be the same setup. Of course, the only difference now is I got a big 9-inch rear end in it. And then I got the Turbo 400, right? So everything else is identical, same as what we used to run. It's just now the front, you don't have all that weight in the front anymore with the front wheel drive system and everything else in there. So that's all taken out. It's a lot lighter. It's a true race setup now, right? So we can stage properly. We don't have that 1 millisecond delay there. We can leave on a pro tree now. I mean, I don't know if anybody's watched GTRs race. I mean, even at Texas 2K, they all leave on a sportsman tree. None of the GTRs leave on a pro tree. And there's a reason. Even the DCT classes, same thing. I mean, we're just discussing. Jordan was discussing that the other day. Jordan Martin with the Lamborghini that holds the record right now. Same situation. He can't really leave because there's a delay when we let off the gas before the trans would release and let us launch. So that's always going to be a problem with those cars. So that's why I mean I'm converting so I can run more events and do more things with it.
Yeah, and then people might not know like I think you said it's Motec alcohol probably has like twin injectors, maybe 3 injectors per cylinder.
Yep.
Or you said TH400, and you're probably gonna have bump and dump valves, all the cool regular pro mod stuff that people don't realize. The a lot of GTR racing is that very finicky 6 speed that like you have to do an entire. I the first couple times I went to GTR World Cup, I'm like, why can no one drive these cars? I can pull up in a stock Civic and do a burnout and launch faster than these guys can. Is everyone a moron? Typical me, like judging everybody. And then again, like I talked to Jordan Martin and I was like throwing everyone under the bus, and he's like, Matt, we need to do like a Konami code to put this thing into burnout mode, and then we need to shut the car off. Because I'm like, why is everyone stalling in a burnout? Like what? And he's like, you have to shut the car off to put it back into 4-wheel drive. You have to do this. You have to do. And I'm like, wow, you have like a 75 step option to just launch the damn car. And I'm wondering why everyone's a jerk. And it's one of my friends has always said the quote like, Matt, if you're wondering who the biggest asshole in the room is, it's you. Uh, you're the asshole for wondering who the biggest asshole is. Like you're the only person that cares. So that has always stuck with me. So similarly, I'm like, why can no one drive? And it's because of something I didn't know. But because I have to ask why no one can drive rudely, people explain to me why I'm I have no knowledge on why it's difficult to do this. But yeah, so you roll up in a pro mod TH400, you do your burnout, you blow high gear, you back up, you hit the first bulb, you trans brake, and you go right to the floor, and then you go dink dink, and you bump in, and you leave when it turns green.
Uh,
That's
that's the normal thing, right? I mean, that's what normal most guys do. But in GTR world, I mean, now it's getting better. I mean, with the Motec and everything else, they have, if you can shift on the cruise control aspect, like even with the old setup, right? I mean, it's not as bad as you think there. I mean, it used to be, yes, what Jordan said before, but now it's gotten a lot better. I mean, it's just 0 and 1 kind of deal. So you on the cruise button, it switches there and tells you what mode you're in. 0 for rear wheel drive, so you can do burnout, and then go to 1 for race mode, and you're done. Really, right? It doesn't take that. You don't have to shut it off anymore, and all that other jazz. Yeah, it was a pain before, but it's getting better. But there's no way they're gonna get that delay fixed to leave like a normal drag racing setup on a pro tree. It'll be too difficult for a GTR still.
and I'm like, why is everyone so awful at this? I'm thinking of like the regular 6 steps someone in a car has to do, and these people are like you said, blipping cruise control to do burnout mode, and just like literally just messing with stuff and waiting for the car to do it. And then the car won't do it, so they have to like back up, shut it off, turn it on, flick the cruise control buttons to get like the 1 and the 3. And I'm like, yeah, no wonder this looks like a circus, because the cars are a circus. So
Yeah.
like you said, it'll be refreshing to just go up, smash the gas pedal, and let a button go, and actually have fun without smashing a $60,000 transmission to bits.
Oh, yeah, that's the bigger problem.
Yeah, and you have like the world's best TH400 and converter, and they like shipped it to you for like $6,000 on a pallet, and you're like, what else do I have to spend? And they're
Yeah.
like,
They say
nothing.
nothing.
And you're
Yeah, it'll,
like,
it'll hold whatever you want.
I'm getting screwed here. Something's happening. No, I'm getting played right now. Uh, where is? Oh, here's a good one for you to size out. It says, what turbos would Veren recommend for the standard 3000-ish Fox body, single and twin, in order to run a high 7 and a SBE like Squirrel Tune did? Would they be drastically different, considering a 4.8, 5.3, or 6.0? Thanks, guys. I love the sloppy Saturday Night Live shows.
I mean, it would be dependent on the motor size first off, right? I mean, if you got a small cube motor versus a big cube motor, would be the determining factor, right? I mean, it's up to you if you want to do twins or not. You have both options. A small cube motor, you can set it up with twins. We just have to size them down accordingly, right? So you have full characteristics, or you can do a single. To run sevens on there, you're going to need somewhere. I mean, depending on how light it is as well, it'll make that determination. 1,000+ is probably where we need to be at to run that number. So if you go bigger, just go bigger on a twin. If you're going to go bigger on like a 6.0, whatever, just make sure you have enough turbine there to make sure you're not running into drive pressure, really.
Because you want it all in up top. The converter is going to take care of the rest. So you just want it all. You don't want any nose off up
Yep.
top. And I agree. You need like 1050 rear wheel at 3,000 pounds to nick a 7. So since we talked about the Pro mod and everything else, people said, what kind of rear end? I think you said a 9-inch. It says full floater or a 9-inch.
Full floater.
Oh, full floater. Dang, you're a boss. And someone says, why a TH400 instead of a Glide? And does your TH400 offer lockup?
It does offer lockup, and we're trying out this because this was something that was done overseas as well. I don't know if you know Shane Teckelberg. He does a lot of tuning and stuff, and Tony as well does some stuff with him. And they recommended to try this setup, so we're going to try it, see what happens, and go from there. Really, because I mean, the shop owner at T1, he's also building a pro mod size setup as well, but it's put to back burner. But it's a 7-speed Liberty setup, air shifted. So he even has more money in his trends than I would have, but it's something different that he's also going to be trying.
Someone asks. Ooh, I'm echoing again. Bad. Someone asks, what's with the circles drilled around the compressor cold inlet, which is anti-surge? So, what is anti-surge, and what the hell does it do, or does it just look cool?
It helps, right? So it's recirculating the air that gets moves the surge limit out, right? Extends it. If you look at a compressor map, it's going to move it to the right of the surge limit there and allow the air to recirculate back into the compressor housing. Just extends it a little bit, efficiency wise.
It's supposed to be anti-surge, is what the word is. That's why they're drilled.
Yeah, there's a
Uh,
ring. If you look at the inside of they call it the map groove, right? Whatever. On the inside of the compressor housing, you'll see the groove there.
are VS Racing turbos rebuildable if the housings are okay and are parts available?
100%. We keep all the parts available. I can do a ball bearing or journal. Some of the ball bearings, it's better to send it to us rather than you doing it yourself. But most of the journal stuff I can send out within a day or so.
Oh, and then real quick, someone was asking, do you know what classes the GTR fits in?
Not yet. Other than doing some testing, it'll go into a couple other classes. I mean, it'll fit in any available class because it's a six cylinder and it just goes by weight and turbo size, really. And we're running well within spec of weight. It's like 20 something chassis wise. It's not completed, so we don't know what the full weight is, but it'll be close. So, I mean, we should be able to fit in quite a bit of classes. And it also depends on tire size, too, that we're going to fit. We can fit a big tire, or, I mean, I'm trying to run on radial, too, so I want to see what happens.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to do radial. You can do like a 315 door slammer radial versus world.
275, most likely.
Oh, 275.
I mean,
Dang.
there's some guys running 275. It seems to work, so.
Plenty of people going fast.
Oh, plenty. There's
No,
tons.
no
And
doubt
no,
about it. 275 and unlimited like 315 are very close.
yeah, there's not much difference, really. I mean, it's very, very close.
Matt and Veren, what is your experience with methanol fuel? Is it significantly better than E85, or is it a significant increase in power or tuning window? I have never run straight methanol, and it's something that Cameron Powers is going to run on his new setup in the Crown Vic. I don't want to air his laundry, but he's doing a different engine, different turbos, and wants to do methanol style fuel, and we're going to explore that. I mean, I have heard that methanol is more exhaust energy, so you can light a bigger turbo. All of the above. It's almost like nitro, where you can get more power out of the same setup. But other than that, that's all what I've seen and heard. I have no firsthand experience at all. Your GTR runs methanol.
100%. Yeah, it runs methanol on the GTR and man, it makes plenty of power on that aspect. But there is a difference. I mean, there's M1, right? You can get M1 and then you can go M5 with the nitro mixed in, right? So there's a lot of guys switching to M5, picking up quite a bit of power as well, right? So it definitely makes more power than E85 would, hands down. Or even if you go E98, I mean, there's guys still running fast on E98, but methanol is the way to go. But then the price becomes an issue, right? Because you have to buy mechanical fuel injection. You need mechanical pump and everything else. That's going to be a lot more cost prohibitive for most people. And then same thing going for larger injectors, right? There's only a few companies, and I guess there was a big spiel with Fuel Tech and billet atomizers, copying the products of each other, or I don't know, whatever all that stuff was about. But that's the two bigger name brands that are sell that bigger injector that you would be needing as well, which is 400, $500 per injector.
Wild. But yeah, I've heard the same. Obviously, there's a reason why people run M1, and it's that like super high horsepower cars, and then yeah, your fuel demand is through the roof. It would be cool to do like smaller scale stuff, but the information's already there. Obviously, there's a reason why people do it, but then it's caustic. Like it wants to chew up wiring, it wants to beat up the inside of your motor, it wants to destroy your oil. Uh, so it's not just like everything else; it's literally everything else you need to think about. Ruining your injectors and fuel lines between passes and stupid garbage like that. Is it worthwhile? I don't know. Oh, this is you might be able to answer. Someone just asked how much nitro mixes in M5, like as an average.
Oh, that I don't know offhand, but I mean it's on their spec sheet. They'll have it on there because they do mix it. Yeah, I'll be scared when that explosion takes place, though. You better have something ready. And
That,
nitro's no joke
yeah.
for sure.
I've thought about doing it like mixing small amounts into gasoline on a relatively repeatable all motor car. Like take my G, if it makes 330 horsepower on the same tune up, like over and over and over, like mixing of like 10% nitro, 20% nitro in. I know it'll go up. I've seen plenty of people do it, but at what point? I just think it would be a funny experiment. I've also heard of people taking methanol injection tank and putting in 25% nitro mix into a meth tank.
Oh,
So then when they're in boost and everything, it squirts in a nitro alcohol mix. And I've seen people saying that that makes like another 100 horsepower or whatever. That stuff's interesting to me too. But yeah, there's a whole thing where like you put it in, it burns a hole in your piston. It's at some point like
yeah.
everything's cool, everything's cool, hole in your piston. Like what? Where'd that happen? Like, yeah, that's the other issue. Is someone just said different stoichiometric values and other stuff. That's obviously. But then someone this came up too. Tom Bailey's 2.0 just caught on fire. Methanol looked like invisible flames. That's methanol.
100%.
You
Yep.
can't see. That's what a lot of people are like. Why is everyone freaking out? And the guy's fire suit's turning black. You can't see the flames. It's super scary.
Nope.
Yeah, that's why I cannot believe that guy has like $1 million race car and didn't have fire suppression. Can't believe it. I don't understand it. Because Cameron and I were recently talking about how he's going to go fire suppression too. Because we talked about, I didn't get to watch the videos yet, but Cooper, formerly of the Cletus family, still friends, obviously, he had a transmission dipstick pop out. All the ATF caught fire in his car, set the whole car on fire badly, but he had fire suppression and yanked it and it put the fire out. No drama. But if he didn't have that, it would have been, detrimental to his life and everybody else's, and burning the car to the ground on the track, everything else. So it kills me to know that that guy has all that money and no fire suppression. Maybe he did and it didn't work. Again, me being clueless, but why? I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Well, do we have any good ones? Oh man, there's some long ones here. So we're gonna have to quit in about 10 minutes. What time is it there, dude?
It's 11:30, almost 11:20 here.
Oh
So
yeah, that's plenty late. So does anyone have any super awesome questions? Otherwise, we'll just wind down. The other stuff I have is like turbo sizing.
I think we've been over that one quite
A
often.
lot of this stuff as goals are 5.8, 580 in the eighth. Like eights for eight went 576, 560. I think it went 568 in the eighth with a S475 and a beat ass 48 with cylinder heads. It looked like they were ground across asphalt. Yeah, so, and that was an S475 and a Gen 2, like, no offense, shits on S475 in all aspects: packaging, size, power, price. Any thoughts on inner chillers? Do you have any future plans for VS Racing products that you can share? Oh, what's new and coming out that you can surprise everybody with at the end?
I mean, like I was telling everybody, right? I mean, we have a lot of different mirror images, right? Reverse rotation setups that'll be available 70, 70, 67, 66, 80, 75. There's a lot more that are coming down the pipeline because a lot of people are asking for bigger stuff. And we're working on that aspect as well, revision wise. And then, of course, the two to replace the 92 110, right? The 94 108 and the 98 108. Both options are they're going to be available there coming soon as well. Just waiting on the castings right now. Front sides are all done and redesigned on both sides on there. turbine wheels, all that done and everything. It's just the housings right now.
Yeah, I mean that's all awesome stuff. NHRA requires 20 pounds of fire system to run methanol. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. He did have fire suppression, but didn't use it because he got stopped by the safety safari. Oh, see, there is more to this. But anyway, that's awful that it happened. Obviously, hope he's okay, and that's good. But why did the car burn to a crisp? I don't know. So yeah, you said you're getting 70s billet, mirror image, V-band inlet. Awesome.
Yep.
Those will be awesome. Those will be my upgrades for the Mustang. Someone asked, "What's the goals for the gray Mustang out there?" And I said, at the very crazy aspect, it'll be like a 7-second street car with air conditioning, looking exactly like it does. And the minimum of that is like a low 8-second car that just looks fairly normal and you can street drive. But it's a showcase of, people have sponsored so much of it to show like if you're thinking of doing something like this, do you want to spend the money, or do you want to do a cheaper build, or do you want to, yeah. So that's what's coming into play with all that. Is all of it working? Is all of it worth it? That's what like my constant struggle is it worth it? Do you want to do it? I don't care if people spend money. There's plenty of people that took like a sloppy, they take like the sloppy suggestion and apply it to an expensive build. The economics scale, so it's nice to know all your options. Yeah. Thanks for being an awesome person to deal with, Veren, and Matt for being such a good help and inspiration. Have a good night and the rest of your weekend. Other than that, yeah, like some guy says, do you sell a complete 2005 regular cab short bed Silverado kit? No.
Nope. But you can pair it with a Joey Fowler manifold and you'll be done. I mean, or trick. I mean, we sell both. So you can definitely do it pretty easily with the package. Just need to pick one of your manifolds.
Yeah. And then, like you said, you don't want to be application specific because you don't want to pigeonhole yourself into not being able to sell anything. This guy says, Matt, you're going to own about 20% of that car by the time you're done. It's far less than that. My wife bought it for me. I think I spent $600 on the thing at this point. I don't own a piece of that thing. Like I own the battery in it or something like that. The rest of it is just given to me. I won't lie about it at all. Yeah, so I would say that's it. Like why? So we're done, guys. It's been... How long has it been? Let me check my timer. 4.5 hours, dude. Thanks for hanging in this long. If anybody else has, awesome. And that's it. Thanks for being our guest. Thanks for being an awesome friend and always giving me turbos and yada yada. And
Oh no, man! It's been good knowing you, man, from the beginning, and you coming out to GTR World Cup and everything else. You know, supporting everything. I mean, what we've been doing, Arnie helping. I mean, you did a lot for Arnie as well through the years, and and Jordan brought you that King's outfit. I still need to put that on, man. And you're gonna drive his Lambo next time.
Yeah, he's like, I broke all my cars. You don't get to wear your monocle and drive all of my exotics. That's a story for another day. We gotta have Jordan on, I think, sometime.
Oh yeah, he would be interesting. So.
People will be so mind blown by him.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. It would be interesting though, 100%.
All right. Well, we'll say bye to everybody, and I'll disconnect, and that'll be it. And you can go to bed.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Yep. Bye.